Christ, good morning. Good morning. Christ, thy kingdom come. Allow me to call the meeting to order and ask that we start off our day, being the last day of our conference. We want to thank the Lord for the gift of life, the gift of each and every one of us, the gift of good health, and his many blessings that he has bestowed upon our lives. I want to ask that we sing a hymn together, then we'll make a prayer, and our bishop will bless us as we start our gathering today.
When peace like a river attendeth my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever thou hast taught me to say. Though Satan should buffet, though trials should come, let this precious assurance control, that Christ has regarded my helpless estate, and has shed
Together, let us pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. O Lord,
myself when before me this day. I ask you to assist me with your grace, that I may continue in your presence. And listen, Lord, be with me in my work. Accept the labor of my hands, and dwell in my heart with all your fullness. The Lord be with you. May the Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Let us praise the Lord.
thank you, Your Lordship, and thank you everyone for that very brief session. I want to welcome us once again to the last day of our conference, and we want to do some very quick announcements. One, we stopped at a point yesterday where we did not completely wrap up the sessions from the group discussions, and therefore we request that we'll pick up from that point this morning. We will have a sharing from one of our dioceses that has been implementing this program. They'll have a very quick sharing. Then after that, we will invite, I will invite all the questions and responses that we might still be having, and that will take the better part of our morning. If you look at our program, we have a session that's meant to reflect on us on issues of safeguarding, and that will come immediately after our tea break, most likely. And then after that, we'll get into our closing ceremony between 11 and 12. Yes, brothers and sisters, that's how our day looks like. We intend to complete the same time we had planned within the program. There is a slight change. If you notice within our program, it says that we shall have a press conference. We've had wide consultations around that, and considering a number of factors, mainly the composition of the group that we have, we've decided that we'll not do a press conference per se, but we'll do a media communique that will be shared with the media houses that are present here, so that completes the reporting for this conference. And therefore that gives us a bit of time to reorganize our morning, and that is why we've now agreed on that particular schedule that I have shared. So in terms of our program, we'll still be able to adhere to the timelines that we have set, only that we'll not have a press conference. I hope that is clear to all of us. Having done that, I want to do one very quick thing. We will have two sets of evaluations. We will have two sets of workshop evaluations or conference evaluations. We will share two Google Forms, two different Google Forms. They'll be present in this particular conference. Then that will happen towards anytime within the course of the day. If you have time, fill that evaluation. It helps us to improve our organization, our planning, and the execution of our future activities. The other thing I wanted to do before I give Father Jacob the opportunity, I want us to take a moment in our tables. I want us to take a moment and reflect on these two things. One, what is it that I am picking as a lesson from this conference? What is it that we are picking from this conference as a lesson? We have had a lot of engagement. We have talked quite a lot about care reform. We've talked about the involvement of the church in care reform. We have talked about practical issues touching on reintegration, tracing, and all that. We have talked about legal issues. We have talked about many elements of care reform. What is that one particular thing that you are picking from this conference as a learning? And the second thing that I would want to ask you to share with us, the second thing I would want us to flag out is what recommendation would you want this conference to make? What recommendation would you want this conference to make? And that is helpful in two ways. One, it will feed into our overall report for this conference, which will eventually be shared with all the participants and the conferences represented here. But also this will enrich the communique that will be shared out to the media. And therefore this is very important. So kindly, I will give you 5 minutes. You can brainstorm as the way you are seated on your tables. And you can write two, 3 points, not a very long list. Just discuss and agree, and then I'll pick it per table. We'll do that. And then immediately after that, I will usher Father Jacob, who will lead us for this morning session. Thank you. May I have your attention? I want to ask that we move on to the next session. Is this thing working really? I'm wondering if you can hear me. Kindly wave at me if you can hear me. Thank you, thank you. I want to pick the recommendations. If you haven't given them out, give them to Edith. And then I want to welcome Reverend Father Jacob Nyaga to take us through the next session.
My Lord Bishops, Reverend Fathers, sisters, brothers, and all the lay faithful who are here. Good morning. God is good, and all the time. I'm privileged to be the moderator of this last day and the last sessions. And my hope is that what begins well ends well. And we wish to be through by 1 so that when we eat lunch, then we are free. We are going to begin with a very brief presentation by one of the implementing dioceses, that is Muranga, and we are enjoying the facility of Muranga Diocese. And this will be on fostering hope. So the presentation is there to give us hope in this matter of care reform, and especially on foster care. So I'm inviting Madam Jane Karanja. She is the Child Protection Officer in Muranga Diocese, and she's going to take us through the journey in supporting foster care. A clap for her. Yeah, we continue clapping until she arrives here. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Father. All protocols observed. Good morning. I'm Jane Wanjiko, as Father has said. I work with the Catholic Diocese of Muranga Child Protection Desk. And I'm here on behalf of my Bishop, James Maria Wainaina, who is a care reform champion and also my mentor. And I'm proud for the support he has given me and the office to be able to stand here in such a big conference. The organizer, because I may not able to get another chance to say thank you, this is well done. I wish this can be happening now and then. And now allow me to share what we are doing in Muranga Diocese. We are doing many things, but I've only been given a chance to talk about foster care. Let me start by saying foster care is doable. It is possible. And I have learned a lot from changing the way we care. And one thing I learned from them is the way they have supported kafala from our brothers Muslim. And I was challenged as a Christian, and I was asking, what can we learn and go with it? Because we know there is a biological family, and I'm happy the way church has even good structure. You have family life and all that. But what about when the family is not working? What can we learn with it? What can we do as a church? And I told myself, I don't know whether I was right. I think foster care, we can be able to do foster care well, and as a family, as a biological family, and we learn what our brothers are doing Muslim. Adija is not here. I cannot see her, but she's one of those people who are taking me through the process. So, Muranga, so that you people, you believe that we've been able to do foster care, we've been able, through our church structures, we've been able to do the awareness to using our church structures. That is the CWA, CMA, and most of us, we know how the structures are. And as a diocese, we have also created a structure within the Child Protection Office of child care teams, and we use them as advocates in the field, or rather in the parishes, when we take all the opportunity. Even when we have a family day, like a diocesan family day, those are some of the opportunity even our bishop use to sensitize or to mention something. And through the child care teams, they are in touch with the people in the village and our parish priests. All the priests, they are also embracing care reform. So they take any advantage when they are doing the masses and all that. We've taken the foster care, and I want to recommend the good work with the government. In collaboration with the government, both national and at a county level, we've been able to take them through trainings, and there is a clear guidelines on foster care. We've been able to take them through. And also, in collaboration again, there are some documents which are required, and we've been able to help them to acquire those documents. So we have also been able to create network at the county level with all the stakeholders, those who are like GAO, the police, Huduma Center and all that. We have a contact person. When they go, at least they're able to get, the process is able to be fast because there is a contact person. Every stakeholders we are targeting at the county level. And we are using the goodwill between the church, and I'm proud to be a Catholic because, we have a good name. If we can take that advantage, we can be able to get into any office. So I don't want to talk much about that because I know yesterday we learned a lot, the process of having these foster parents. And I know even Meru Diocese, they're also doing the same. So you can see how church is supporting this. We also, something I had forgotten, we also used our local media. I know most of the dioceses, they have radios, they have magazine. Those are some of the advantage we are taking to sensitize about foster care. Okay, why foster care? I think I had started by saying when the biological family is not working, it can be an option. Foster care, it is a gatekeeping mechanism. We are talking of care reform. Does it mean we won't have been having the cases of children maybe in contact with law or with conflict with law, or maybe being abused? What about when the institution won't be there? So foster care can be like a gatekeeping mechanism to reduce the number of children to be placed in this institution. And again, when you place a child within the same community, the child will still continue learning about the culture, the language, and all that. Most of what is happening when, like, I know I've gone to Kisumu and those Western, because we had some children in Moranga, and we had to take them back to where they come, to the original. And they could not understand the language. So we are helped by somebody to interpret. I'm a Ruo, but I don't understand the language of Luo. And I felt for those children, when will they learn the language? And this child, I'm leaving this child to a grandmother who does not understand even Kiswahili. So foster care, because the child maybe will be placed where within the community, will continue learning with the culture, with the education, and all that. So, and you can also imagine in CCI, in secure attachment. Today you have this caregiver, tomorrow you have another one, and another one, and another one. And then one caregiver is entitled, I know there are clear guidelines, but in practically, you'll find one caregiver with 40 children. Most of us who are parents here, and also we have come from family, even if you are not parents, we have come from family. You know, even dealing with 2 children, 3 children, sometimes it's not easy. Now you can imagine one caregiver entitled to 40 children. So they go through a lot, but when it is in a family setup, at least the foster parent will be able to support the child better than when the child is in an institution. Of course, there are challenges. I've talked of attachment and bonding challenges. And also, one of the challenges we are experiencing is sibling placement. Maybe there are 3 of them, and one foster parent just need one. So it has also been a challenge. And also fostering children with a disability. It is still a big element. But what we are doing, we are trying to do sensitization training, like next week on that, and second and third we have a training on the same. And also, we also took advantage of the church. You know, they trust. They say, oh, if it is the church, we'll come. You see? So we are also taking that advantage. Again, one challenges we are experiencing, most of the foster parents who want to foster the children, because there are also clear guidelines from the government, some of them, they don't meet the criteria. Some are very old, and you find they are the one who want to foster. Then the other one who want to foster, they are not available. They are like myself, Jane. Imagine if I had fostered a child, and I've been here this week, and maybe next week I will be somewhere else. So I think now that even the government is here, I think that is an area we need to look at. How do we bring those who want to foster, but they cannot be able to stay with the children, and those who want to foster, but they are not meeting the criteria? How can we harmonize this? Can I be supporting a foster parent? And those are some of the things we are experiencing. And also placing a child under 3 years, very young children. Most of the foster parents, they want a school-goer child. Maybe because of the issue of house help, or maybe I'm working, I'm not available for that. And those thought maybe this is an easier way for me to have a permanent of staying of their child. So, but all in all, we've been able to identify, to train. We've done the family assessment, working together with the government, over 73 foster parents in Murang'a. Okay. The foster parent that if you are in Kisumu, you can be able to know a foster parent in Murang'a. I don't know whether the government you've looked at that, but I think it is important. So how did we started now the foster care in Murang'a? Foster care we started back in 2017, but we didn't know that we are doing fostering. We thought we are just serving God, or Catholic Church with the charity work. So what we used to do in our charitable institution, we used to identify some parent within the church. So when school is closed, they would stay with those children from the CCI, maybe for a week, depending with how many weeks they have closed. So maximum was 2 weeks. And it has continued. Some they have created the attachment. And now, until now, we learned, oh, there is care reform. So this, what we are doing is temporarily foster care. So, and that's how we started, and now that's where we are. Another thing with the foster care, I remember like the foster care, one of the foster care who was staying with one of the child, he's the one who helped us to praise a family in Kisii. Because as I had told you, earlier mentioned that one caregiver with 40 children sometimes is not easy. So the child was very open to the foster parent than even our own caregivers. And that's why we got some information which the child had not even told us. I don't know. She says she come from Meru in Tanzania. I don't know whether there is Meru in Tanzania. But imagine, there is. You know, you see the importance of this meeting? Now, those people who come from Tanzania, please make sure you, at least to onane outside the whatever. And that's why I'm liking this forum. I'm liking it because it will help us to network and to exchange ideas. And we also have the government to support us. So I'm liking everything. I have not gone all through my slide because I'm skipping some because I know yesterday we learned a lot, but we have some of the success stories. Like if you can see in that photo, that girl is intellectually challenged, and even the parents, and through the help of some sisters who are learning in this institution, this girl has been able to go through some skills. You can see they are taking mandazi, and she's very good in making mandazi. And that foster parent has a shop, so she makes mandazi, and she goes sells there outside. There is a kibanda outside the shop, and also rosaries. Do you have a lot? Yeah. When she was in this institution, she was able to learn those skills of the rosaries. And during our family days, she has somewhere to sell, you see? And it is announced there. We have a desk somewhere. There are some people who are selling something. And at the end of the day, she's very happy. And you can see her, what she has been able to. This is CMC and PMC, you can see. So those are some of the success stories, but there are very many. And I want to take this opportunity to say thank you and to say the foster care is doable and it can be an alternative care after the biological family fails. So thank you so much. I have many mentors here. Thank you for mentoring me. If I don't mention your name, but I can see you. One is coming.
Thank you, Jane. She is underpinning that foster care is doable. Foster care is doable. And foster care is also a gatekeeping mechanism. Foster care needs collaboration, and we have to be in collaboration also with the government so that we have foster care in the right way. Use of the structure of the church in order to create awareness. Use of the media is key also to make sure that foster care is accepted by others. And many other messages that we are getting from Jane. I'll ask Sister Lucy, Sister Kilonzo, appreciate Jane. Yes, come here.
And you have seen all that she has presented, and we are really proud of her as a champion, isn't it? So I'm going to show you how we are going to do. I demonstrate, then you are going to do all of us.
Thank you, sister. Yeah. Now we are going to have the interactive session, whereby we are going to respond to questions and we share here in the plenary the issues that are coming out in this conference. And to begin with, we have 3 questions.
How to fill the form shortly, so just hold on as we continue with the program. Thank you.
There are many forms. Maybe there is a special form. The online evaluation form. So the other one for participants, we continue signing, writing our names and signing. Thank you. So I was just saying, now this is the time to share. We have inspiration. We have learned a lot. We could be having some issues still not addressed. We would like to have clarifications. We would like to deepen also our understanding. Let us take advantage of this opportunity and to crown. Yes, there is a question that I gave you about this conference. Whether there are plans. Yes, that one. Country.
Thank you. God is good and all the time. Thank you so much, Father. I will attempt to respond to the question. I may not be very accurate because it's actually a question for all of us. So the first question is, how will the conference be able to sustain the program of care reform? So actually it's a question to all of us. And I would say that one of the things we are putting in place in the next financial year, our financial year starts in October. So some of the activities that we have put in place with KCCB is to be able to support the church, to take ownership, and also issues around resources. So I would say that one of the things that we want to do, we really want to do resource mobilization together with the church. And also, we are doing a lot of linkages. Like one of our sustainability mechanism is the linkages to government, because government is there to stay. So in terms of technical support, technical expertise, even when CRS closes shop, the government is still there to support. We are also keen on supporting or working closely with KCCB, Amecea, and all other structures within the church to create a one church approach, so that together we work together. You realize in this conference, we were not only presenting the work we have done with KCCB, but we are identifying who is the other player within the Catholic Church space that is doing care reform. That's why we invited LSK to come and share with us, because we are one. That's why we invited the Diocese of Muranga to come and share with us so that we can learn. We also invited Meru. I think, what are we going to do to sustain the momentum? And one of the challenges that we have, the biggest challenge, is that from this conference, there's so much to be done. There is really, really, really so much to be done. So what are we going to do going forward to sustain the momentum? The next question is about, in terms of measuring the effectiveness of the program, is there any mechanism that the conference has put down? And I think from the day one, the presentations that were made, I did a presentation, Father Jacob did a presentation, Elizabeth did a presentation. You could clearly see that all the work that we do is informed by the need. Remember what Musa presented here. Even before we started the capacity building initiatives within the church, we did assessments. You know, we did knowledge, attitude, and practice survey so that we tailor-make our training materials to address the needs. So there are a number of mechanisms that we have put in place, to ensure effectiveness. But most importantly, from my presentation, we ensured that KCCB took the, rather we were not coming with our ideas. Yes, we have the ideas from previous implementation, but remember the church space is different, is unique. So we ensured that KCCB and the archdioceses took the lead. And that's why we have the coordinating structures, we have the focal point persons, we have the champions, and then we have Father Jacob and Elizabeth leading. So that was part of our effectiveness approach, but most importantly, advised by the need and data on the ground. Data for decision making. So there's so much that we do in terms of ensuring effectiveness. You will realize from the products that we shared, the posters, they all have key messages from key people within the church space. That's also our guiding principle. What is the church saying? The last question, what tools have been put in place? There are many tools that we are using, and that I will not even go into details. There are many tools that we are using. The champion and the last question, what referral systems has the conference come up with? In terms of our work, there are many referral systems. We work with many, many, many partners. Remember my presentation. And one of the critical thing that we did is to ensure that the archdioceses are linked to the sub-county children officers, and then we have also linked them to other service providers within that space. So that's one of the critical referral systems that we have done. And one of the things that we identified during the assessment of the Family Life Desk is that the church does a lot, but the publicity is not very strong. So that's an area to be strengthened. And then also bringing in other networks that are not church-related. So that's one of the areas we have really tried to work on. I hope I've responded to it fully, but I also throw the same questions to us, because here we are different conferences, we've been learning together for the last 3 days, we've reflected together, and as we go back, what are we going to do concerning the same questions? Thank you.
A clap for her. Thank you, Edith, for assisting us to explore that question. There is also another question for Amecea and Father Chimombo, who assist us to understand it and also to answer, to respond to it. Welcome, Father.
Thank you, Father Jacob. The question that was posed to Amecea reads, are there plans to replicate or duplicate the works that KCCB has done to other Amecea countries? Can what has happened here in Kenya under KCCB be replicated in other Amecea countries? Firstly, as I respond, of course, my response will not be very different from what Edith shared. Under KCCB, this has only happened in 2 archdioceses. That's Mombasa and Kisumu, jointly brought together for us to learn big. Yeah, I think that's it about it. So we can replicate it, but we need to start the conversation with the national CRIs in your country, and Amecea will assist in coordinating you. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Chimombo. Yes, it is possible to have this activity going on in the other Amecea region, and this is possible if first and foremost we own the process. That is the starting point, and Edith would like to enrich that sharing.
One of the things that I want to urge us is that let us approach our respective CRS country offices. I remember talking to Sister, please approach CRS Ethiopia. I know we've had preliminary discussions with the various country representatives. We've had meetings with the Uganda country representative, and Uganda is already funding some little money to the Conference of Uganda through the family desk. And I know somewhere in November there will be a meeting which they have promised to invite us to support the church to see how to plan. Ethiopia approach the CRS office. I know we already had a meeting with Zambia and Malawi CRS leadership, but we've not gone far. So you can approach them. And it starts from there. Like Father Jacob approached CRS, and that's where we started from. The other thing I want to urge us, especially Uganda, Zambia, Tanzania, and Malawi. I remember when we were doing the sensitization in Malawi for the pastoral coordinators and the safeguarding officers, we said that please, please, please try and link up with the Catholics Care for Children that is already going on in our countries, so that we can start that partnership together and be able, because already some work is going on. And I know Sister Delvin will agree with me on this. And also for Malawi, it's a very good starting point, because I know Malawi is just starting. So then it could also be a very good starting point to start together and be able to see how much we can be able to do together. But even from our end, we are also trying to see our best what we can do. But it's better when it comes from the countries approaching the CRS country offices. And then they reach out to us for support and even for learning. How have we been doing it with Kenya? So that we can be able to see how to fund. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Edith. And in doing that, most important is to have the blessings of the conference, the national conference. Once the bishops have a discussion on it, they make it a priority, then you'll be able also to approach partners with the blessings of the bishops. That is how we did it. We had a discussion. The bishops put us into task. We had to read, we had to research, so that we see where the church lies in matters care reform. Actually, the question, whose agenda is it, came to me from the bishops. And to answer that question, and to do a lot of research, okay? And once the bishops well understood that it is also the agenda of the church, they approved. Remember the partnership, the agreement is signed by the chairman of the conference with the partner. So if we are not in reading from the same script with the bishops, then it becomes very, very hard to do. And that is why in small ways or in bigger ways that we are trying to do care reform, let us have our bishops at the center of it. And not only asking for their blessings, but also to report what we are doing. Remember, it is a pastoral issue. They are our shepherds. They are the owners of these. We are technical persons doing that work that is entrusted to them. And therefore, it is always good that also we report back to them and to keep them informed of every stage that we are in, the challenges that we are going through, and also the opportunities that we have and everything that is therein. Yes, Mumba?
Yeah, I just want to re-emphasize what Father Jacob has said. Probably I just missed it up. In fact, as a Amecea, one of the key areas and important aspects that we stress is the linkage with the conference. Please take note of that. You might have noted that our communication to you went through the Secretary Generals. It was for a purpose, so that the Secretary General endorses what is happening, and they are the ones to send communication to you. And we would want that linkage to continue. And even as we move on to the one church approach, networking with other players within the system, we want to network as a church and not work in silos. In fact, that's what brings this aspect slightly different from the rest, that we work as a church, see how we can strengthen our efforts, and let the bishops be in the forefront. Father Amogast, yes, really can testify, because him plus the archbishop and the archbishops of both dioceses are fully aware. In fact, even if you just ask them to say something about it, they will not need to consult. They will talk about it. And that's what we want to strengthen, that let the church leadership be in the forefront of the whole arena. And for the sisters, the same. When you are working, make sure that your Mother Superior is aware of the program and endorses whatever you are doing. They should not be estranged to whatever we are doing, because we are working on their behalf, and the contracts with partners are done through the superiors. And that's what we want to stress. Thanks, Father Jacob, for bringing that up.
Thank you, Father Chimombo, for that deepening of how we should approach the care reform at the conference level and also at the Institutes of Consecrating Life. Now, I've also a task here to answer this question. The archdioceses of Mombasa and Kisumu seem to be high-sounding and outstanding in the care reform agenda. Can you let us know why? Why? It's a very pertinent question, and there is a reason, yes. To be brief, the implementation of care reform at KCCB is under a project known as ISAC, that is Eastern and Southern Africa Catholic Changing Care. Eastern and Southern Africa Catholic Changing Care. And when that project was conceived, it was conceived between Amecea, KCCB, and CRIS Changing the Way We Care. Of course, the resources that were there were not enough to go to all the dioceses in Kenya. There are 27 dioceses. So we asked the bishops to give us 2 dioceses that they think the implementation should go to as a priority. And therefore, the bishops gave us the 2 archdioceses, the archdiocese of Mombasa and the archdiocese of Kisumu. That's how we settled at Kisumu and Mombasa. And therefore, KCCB has been implementing care reform mainly in these 2 archdioceses. However, the goodness that was coming there and the learnings that were coming from those 2 archdioceses has also overflowed to the other dioceses in terms of awareness creation, such that no diocese in this country can claim not to know about care reform. So we have done this since the awareness creation, and also with the help of the government, and we thank them, we have also been trained or been introduced to the legal framework that supports care reform. And therefore, we are somewhere. Also, it is good to know that there are other 2 dioceses that are implementing care reform. That is Meru and Murang'a. However, they are under another partnership, not under KCCB. Okay? Yeah, not under the partnership between KCCB and Changing the Way We Care. There is also another question that I'll ask Elizabeth to address. Makofi kwangu.
Thank you. So I'm here to address a question on how much is being invested in terms of human and financial resources in preparing, protecting, and promoting the family. Any statistical data? So that's a question that came from the floor. I will attempt to answer this, and it's based on what we are doing at the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops. And what we are doing is that, first of all, by having the National Family Life Office, it is an office that helps in protecting and promoting the family. And we do this by having family life structures and family life programs. And currently we have all the dioceses in Kenya have a family life office or department, which is coordinated by what we refer as family life coordinators. Most of them, they are spread actually. We have some who are priests, others are sisters, others are lay people. And those coordinators are appointed by the bishops of the respective dioceses. And so at the national level, what we do is that we collaboratively with the dioceses or the coordinators and the advisory board of the National Family Life Office, we develop programs that support capacity building for families. And so we strengthen or we capacity build the key pastoral agents whom normally are sent by the bishops through their coordinators. So once we capacity build the pastoral agents, then they are able to take the information down and reach the families. And what we are currently doing is also we've been establishing structures at the diocese level. So you'll find that at the diocesan level, there's a family life committee. We have been also encouraging the same structure at the deanery level, at the parish level. And I would say that in dioceses like Murang'a, in dioceses like Kericho, and several other dioceses, they've really tried to put up these structures, and these structures are the ones that have really helped to sustain the program over the years. And that way, we are able to reach more families, because if you only have the structure at the diocese, at the national level, then we cannot have abilities to go to all the 27 dioceses. And so that is something other countries and conferences can pick. We also do a lot of collaboration with the government. The Office of Family Life has, over the years, collaborated with the government of Kenya through the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. We saw the PS here. We have worked with that department over the years. And that way we've taken part in the development of the National Family Promotion and Protection Policy, which was mentioned, that is geared towards protecting the family and promoting it. But also we participated in the development of the National Positive Parenting Program, which we are currently implementing, and we saw that it is a key component of this care reform. And even here we have representation from that directorate. So we work collaboratively with both state and non-state actors. And CRS has also been very supportive of our office, and we've heard what Edith said about looking at the current departments of family life at the diocese level. How do we strengthen them so that they're able to fully support families? So that's what I can say. As a church, we've been able to do. We are continuously running programs and looking at the needs of families and how best we can continue to accompany them. And Bishop Mwongela yesterday mentioned some of the other programs that we are currently running. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We appreciate her with a clap. Moja. Moja means one. Now, there is also another question that Teresia is going to assist us to respond to.
Good morning. Yes, there's another question or concern that came across, and this regards to, let me read it as it is. It's an observation that we felt it is good to look into. We have had a lot of voices and lessons learned from care reform, especially from the champions. And a lot of good documentation has also taken place, and really we are applauded for that. But one of us, or we are concerned, where is the voice of the family? Because what we heard is what we are doing. So somebody is concerned on where is the voice of the family? And especially when it comes to issues around, the challenges that the family is facing. And we really did mention most of them yesterday, and right from the first day, in terms of the economic status of the families as we reintegrate the children. Let me just say the push factors that led this child to the CCI. Where are they being addressed? And the other one is a concern around, the challenges that the families have in raising their children. And even the pain that these parents or caregivers have in having their children in CCIs. So I will also attempt to answer that. I know we have the answers. Most of us, if we were to get into a plenary, we would get very rich answers. But I will also try to respond to that and say that when it comes to the voice of the family, I will first give the background of Kenya in terms of that the government has a very clear way on how care reform is being implemented. And initially, on the first day, we did mention, and even Father Jacob mentioned, the fear he had in working with the government, closely with the government. But after he realized that care reform is a government agenda, and partners will come in to support the government, achieve the care reform agenda. And they started working hand in hand. I think life has never been sweeter for KCCB because the government has the structures, all the tools required that address these concerns that have been raised. One, like we mentioned, there is the national care reform, the 10-year national care reform strategy, and we also have tools. And some of the most critical tools that we use is the case management for reintegration package. This is a tool that enables us and the CCIs, KCCB, to be able to conduct or to ensure that the family is engaged. And the first tool in that package is the child assessment. So what is, and especially now when there is a child who really can be able to talk and to represent themselves. So there is the assessment is the one that brings now the voice of the child in terms of, are they ready for reintegration? Because we are not repatriating, we are reintegrating. We have to get either the assent or the consent of the child, depending on the age. There is also a family assessment tool. The family assessment tool is able now to pick what are the strengths in this family, because we use the strength-based approach. We talk about our glass being half full, not half empty. When we get into those households, we first of all are able to identify those strengths in that family, and what are the gaps. And it is something that is done very consultatively with the family. Then they are able to bring, to develop a case plan where specific responsibilities are given to specific people so that it is possible to address those gaps or those push factors that led the child to the institution or even others that may have developed along the way. I know one of the challenges here, especially the CCIs, as I have interacted with them, is the capacity to address these gaps, because they are many. And the best approach that is being used, or we are encouraging, is linkages and leveraging. We are encouraging CCIs to do what we call resource mapping. Who is that partner in your area who provides which service? Right from the state and its non-state actors. And in this way, these caregivers or parents are able to be linked to service providers who can address, some of the gaps that they have. Most of the time we just fear and sit back. And it happens to vulnerable families or communities because their self-esteem is low. So somebody will know the government offers school bursary, but they will always imagine it is only the who can get this bursary. But once they are sensitized and they go and they apply for the bursary of the school bursary of the child and they get, then they become motivated and they continue now seeking for the service. So one way of addressing those challenges right now is through linkages. Some of the CCIs also have their donors now who the buy-in is good, are now already supporting the children at home, addressing these challenges right at home. So in that way, the family is fully engaged. In terms of challenges in raising, let me first also address the issue of, the families, how do they feel? How is it when the child is in the institution? Most of the caregivers apparently are not happy. And even the children themselves would want to be home, but there is that, that caregiver will feel, even if I bring my child back, I will not be able to provide. So once these parents are there, what we are really trying to do, or even what we have done in changing the way we care, and we are supporting the CCIs to adopt the same, is to form caregiver support groups where possible. Because most of the time, you may not find those caregivers or parents coming from the same area, but we encourage that you can form support groups that has caregivers with children who have been in institutions and who did not have. Then in this way, you're able to link them to other services, like trainings on savings and lending, economic strengthening and all that. Because most of the government services will not be given to individuals. They'll be given to groups. And these groups also must be registered, especially here in Kenya. So in that way, when we encourage them to do that, then they are able to access these resources. And one of the things that is being adopted in some CCIs is something in CRS we call the Savings and Internal Lending Community. A savings and lending approach that really even somebody in abject poverty is able to start saving, and by it builds their self-esteem. The other thing where we are approaching, where we are supporting the caregivers to bring up their children, just like I mentioned, when KCCB started working hand in hand with the government, then things became easier. The government of Kenya has launched what we call the National Positive Parenting Program. And this is a curriculum that really is trying to, put back things in place. It's like realizing where did the rain start beating us and how are we going to address. We just can't remain, in the rain, isn't it? We really must know now how are we getting out of this rain. So there is the National Positive Parenting Program, and I really must applaud KCCB because they have participated right from the development of the curriculum. They have been in the National Technical Working Group in development of the curriculum, and they're among the first people who have started the adoption of the program. In May, the Directorate of the Directorate of Social Development supported KCCB trained the first cohort of facilitators. These were picked from social workers from some of the CCIs and other key people who interact with caregivers from the diocese level. They were picked from Archdiocese of Kisumu and Archdiocese of Nairobi, of Mombasa, yes. And they were trained as positive parenting facilitators. And I really must applaud Mary. I think she has stepped out. Mary Bodekai. She will be. Oh, yes, Mary. Yeah, thank you. Mary, please stand. Let's give her an applause. Thank you so much. Mary has really been part and parcel of the team that has been able to support the training on positive parenting. So we have the facilitators. And last week but one, we had two huge groups that were trained as TOTs on the same, or supervisors. As supervisors. We had a group from the diocesan family life coordinators that cut across now in other dioceses. No, it was not just Kisumu and Mombasa, but they were well represented. The dioceses were well represented. And from the group that was trained as facilitators, some were also picked and trained as supervisors. So that it is possible now to supervise, to work hand in hand with the government and be able to supervise these support groups being trained on the parenting, and even possibly train more facilitators so that it is possible to reach more people. So in that way, I know it is not as easy as I may say it here. The administrators of the CCIs will tell you, and the diocesan leads that we have here, both from Kisumu and Mombasa, will tell you it's not easy, and especially when it comes to issues around resources. But what I would urge us is to leverage. There is so much strength there. If we build synergy among all the players in your area, be it state, be it non-state, when we leverage on that, we are going to be able to address most of these things, and we are even going to be able to, to help the families be able to really speak their voice. And even as I was reflecting, I remembered on a tool we have in CRS. We call it the Feedback Complaint FCRM. We are used to acronyms. Yes, Feedback Complaint Response Mechanism. Probably, Edith, it is a tool we may need also to, I'm not sure if you were trained on it. KCCB, not yet. We may probably need in next year to adopt it so that it's really a tool that helps us get feedback from the beneficiaries. So it is something that is good that we could also look into. And the other key thing also that has happened is the issue of the safeguarding and child protection policy that KCCB has been able to now fully develop. It's also addressing, being able to assist in addressing the beneficiaries, that is the families, and anybody we interact with, to be able to give feedback or even how we interact with them. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Teresia, for assisting us to see where the voice of the family is coming in. The procedure is family-centered. Yes, maybe in our documentation we have not captured the voice of the family. However, yesterday I remember we had a very good witness from two families, one from Mombasa and the other one from Kisumu. They gave us their experience and how they feel in this care reform agenda. Among the questions, we have the last one. That is the written question now before we open the floor. And we are going to be assisted by Harry to answer that question. It is about unregistered CCIs. Welcome.
Well, that question is still very tricky because, like I said, again, care reform globally is anchored on the laws of the land. And that's why you have all the international laws, we have the regional laws, and then we come to the Kenyan laws. And anything we do for children, whichever programs or systems that we have, all of them must be anchored in the law. You don't want to do good things and then you find yourself in trouble with the law. Because I have always said this, and I think I've been to so many conferences with the OSK, especially sisters, OSK sisters, that they know this, that law is so bright. You know, it cuts all the sides. And the law doesn't know goodwill. Law doesn't know, did you do according to the law? Now, we have the new law for children especially, Children's Act 2022, and it is very good that we get ourselves acquainted with this one. Now, as far as National Council for Children's Services, we are the regulators. And I am in the Department of Registration and Licensing. These two questions are what happens to children in unregistered CCI. Now, this one, whoever is asking this question is asking me to be fired from my office and to be fired from my job. If it was asked in a court of law, the first thing they should ask is, where are those registering officers? And I would be very kind to hide myself because I don't want to lose my job. In the first place, we all know there are all those things that happens. Do you want to know the data? I have data for Catholic Church, and only 46, is it 46? Yes. 46 CCIs led by Catholic are registered. And the Catholic Church has 146 CCIs. Actually, I had another one was just, I don't know, I love you, sister, so much because you love Babu. They call me Babu. One sister, I don't know, if you're here, just get out. She just texted me an invitation. Harry, please welcome to our new CCI at Kamuru, bra, 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 bra. And I was quickly say, Kamulu, do you have a registered CCIs in Kamulu? And I'm a user at Yali. But anyway, out of all this. But then, we first of all look at the best interest of the child. In spite of the law, and we know those things, these questions, I am not very sure what to say. On Monday, this one I can use because this one is registered, the CCIs, and they are my friend. Kotolengo, they came to my office on Monday. The CCI certificate is expired. They went to the registrar, they needed to get birth certificates for the children. I don't know how many they were. And then they were sent away by the registrar society and said, and certificate and said, your license is expired. You go and bring the new one, or you go to NCCS, they give you a letter showing the status of this one. And because once I have done, evaluated the applications, kazi yangu as a technical officer inaishia hapo. We give them to the board. And you know what? I cannot go to the board. These are my bosses. No, listen, certificate is a CCS mumifikisha wapi. You know, I must be looking for filing. I don't know what to do. But now that level, but the other level I can help. I can write acknowledgement letter. And that is what I did. And said, sister from Kotolegos, what I'm empowered by the law to do is just give an acknowledgement letter, say we are processing your certificates. And in the case of anything, the government is aware of your application. And that is good enough. That, you know, she take that one. They only need to seek government acknowledgement of the presence of that CCI by the government. That's all what they wanted. And I'm assuming That letter is good enough to be able to get all the certificates for. But now, for a CCI that is not registered, now I need your help. Do you want me fired? Do you want Babu Ede nyumbani kabla ya miaka haijafika? I am only 62 years old. No, you did not hear that. You didn't hear. So what I'm going to do this is, with the permission from Father Jacob, my friend, I beg, because this one is a big issue, because I cannot give a letter of acknowledgement or a letter to any other government body, because they will ask me for where was the license originally. However, like I have said the other time, Father Jacob, if you remember when Nyahururu, every conference like this one should come with either request or memos to the government. You know, you have the power. I told you this one. Kuna watu wengine wa serikali wasinisikie. Do you have other guys from government wasiende kunisikia? Such matters of importance as CCIs, as many as they are. We already know not just the Catholic Church that is holding CCIs which are not registered. There are so many of them, we know that. But then with such a great conference, with such a great, let me just, the fathers, the leaders of Catholic, I think you have power to petition the government. Na hiyo ni siri ninawaimbia. Because all these laws, so like I told Sister Delphine, how many, oh, you have the figures. How many are not registered? Hawata kuona, wameenda, just tell me. 87 CCIs unregistered. Now, like I said, it's too risky because you're not protecting the children, you're not protecting yourself against the law. Now, what we can do from such a conference is that when a conference like this one for many days is coming to an end, you must come with a session paper. You know what is a session paper? No, you know, you're not demanding from the government. You are just suggesting the church is holding this kind of work. We are doing this significant kind of work. We are stuck here. And especially because most of the greatest problem we have with the church, I told you yesterday, is about the title deed and the lease. You can talk to the government. You can petition the government. Can we give or whatever, a time framework where we can issue the title deeds? But again, on the other side now, the government is now looking towards what? Towards transitioning. In fact, if you ask me, I would be asking you to apply for a child welfare certificate more than a CCI certificate. It will be easier for me to work on a child welfare certificate. Once the regulations are out, Konyango said they were doing it. They're almost out. We'll be giving them out. It will be very easy to get child welfare program. Because like I said, and I want even to be quoted, I don't care about the media, they can quote me on this. We are not closing down institutions. We are transiting from CBS to CPE to what? That's the process. And that's why we don't want to clash and transition children just for the sake of transitioning, and children keep on rebounding. We have 10 years program. Phase number 1. I wish I had the time to take 2 phases. And it is good those ones institutions, you align yourself to the government time frameworks. Because the law says, July, I didn't even know that while your guest is kuingine moja. I had a senior saying it's 27. For me, I know it's July 26, 2032, residential, and I want to be quoted perfect, residential services at the stroke of midnight will cease to exist, will cease to operate. It doesn't mean the institution closes down. It means now, from tomorrow, we'll not be offering residential service in our institution. From tomorrow, there'll be no boarding. What do we do boarding? There'll be no blankets, there'll be no beds. It is as simple as that. All the services we give children when they're still at home. And that is what we are called transitioning. So when you bring the word closing down, you are not leading the law. That is not the Kenyan law. So for this one, Father, and I can give you direct you can call my office. I promise to consult. Si hapo ni sawa? Because I know they are doing good work. I promise to consult my bosses. What do we do with this large number of CCIs? And I think the Catholic Church, that you cannot give lease. Because you have the trustees who hold the leases, right? You go for leases. If that is extremely difficult, petition the government. You know, I told you I almost became a Catholic priest. I was in seminary for 7 years. And somewhere along the way, somewhere along the way, I became a teacher lecturer in university. And before I became a politician, and finally I became a children officer. It's a long journey. So please, for these two, I kindly ask, because I don't have the answer right now. Father Jacob, please, you can liaise with the office. We are going to consult. But for the documents, even the documents, they want what do we call them? The document, like a birth certificate, with like the Kotolengo, they could not be given. There is very easy way to do it. Just go and petition the court. The court is the last resort of every person who is aggrieved by any institution or even by the country itself. Are we together? You can go to the court and petition for whatever reason. In fact, we had that issue again and again. We tried to detach, to delink birth certificate from the licensing from our council, but the judges, Judge Onduga, Judge, what is her name? This lady for children. Judge Madeka, they said, no. We cannot link this one because the only safety we have is NCCS. To license this one, we know these are licensed. So there are only two ways. You petition the government. For children matters, it is very easy. Or you petition the government. But those CCIs, 86 of them are too many, Father. Thank you, but I promise to consult.
Thank you, Harry. He has promised to consult. And it is good that that is coming on the floor. And we can see we have also a role to petition, and for sure we shall petition. Because yes, just wait. Yeah, I'm coming to you. Yeah, because we have some questions. How can I lease to myself? The CCI belongs to the diocese. Then you ask me to lease the diocese. He is the same person. So we shall be petitioning so that we understand the structures of the church and so that we can act well. Yes, now I can give you the microphone.
I want to support my brother Babu. I'm a baby elephant. Let me draw your attention to the provisions of Section 63 of the Children Act. I know the CCIs are really feeling the heat on exactly what to do in the interim. So that part provides for the Cabinet Secretary shall, in consultation with the Council and by notice in the Gazette, establish children rescue centers in every county for temporal care of children in need of care and protection, pending placement in alternative care or other interventions under this act. So if I was in the seat of judgment and I was tasked with giving a definitive answer to that question, I would tell the CCIs that have not been registered up to date that since the door closed, or the window, or the gates and the windows and the doors for registration of new CCIs closed by, yes. So there is no room for registering new CCIs. But in this case, we have room here for these CCIs to continue providing temporal residential care through the rescue center. So you can now, how do you do that? There is an answer to that in Section 69 of the Children's Act. It provides for any registered charitable children institution may change user of the institution by making an application to the council for approval of the proposed change at least 6 months prior to the date the proposed change is to take effect. So in this case, you simply apply, take your application to Harry and request for change of user from the CCI to a rescue center, and this letter will go through the CS. I think that will cure in the interim our concern for how do we manage our business process in the care process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, let us bring the conversation at the regional level. We hear what is on the ground in Kenya. We hear what is on the ground in Kenya. what is happening in the other regions. So now we have actually 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I would like to hear from another corner apart from Kenya. Yeah. Yes, I can see Kevo, your hand is up. If there is no one from any other region who would like to share, Uganda, do you have something to share? And as we are sharing, either you are on the government side or you're on the church side, let us recall the ones of His grace. The keynote address. He really said that we need to have a very balanced conversation when it comes to children. Because these are not numbers, these are not cases, these are human beings, created in the image and likeness of God. Human dignity. So the decisions that we are making, either the church or the state, we must look for the best interest of the child. Once that is lost, then the mechanisms that we are using will be for, yes, sister, will be not for the best interest of the child. So still we have a conversation. We still have a conversation. I believe doors are not closed. Yes, I think that should be our attitude. Doors are not closed. If doors are closed, then we are ready to die.
Thank you very much, Father Jacob. My one concern, I watched the Muranga presenting, and I saw this child whom they saved well, selling mandazis. And I was wondering, how old is this child? Is this child labor coming in? So that we can tell the government to follow Muranga. Number two, I will not be satisfied completely with the government if they will not address my concern with the disability that were presented here. And this forum is almost coming to an end. I will not be satisfied. So the government officers, please, don't go without this, otherwise I'm going to sue you in the court of the church.
Thank you, Kevo. Let's hear a response from Muranga. Was it child labor?
Thank you so much, Father Matol. Honestly speaking, she's not a child, but we've taken this child to many technical schools. You know, Don Bosco. She has been there, she has tried doing tailoring until now when we got it. You know, when you are trying to find what are the strengths, we tried many things, but she's now 19 years. You know, we started with her when she was a child. Yeah.
Thank you. The answer is clear. She is not a child. Yes. Yes. So now, you allow me, because we still have a session after tea, so that we can move well. Because if we are late for tea, again, we shall be late for other things. So allow me, write your question somewhere, or your sharing so that you may not forget. I'm sure we shall get a chance to share what we have. I like the climate now, the mood, that of wanting to know. It's very, very encouraging. And seeing some of the gaps that we have. And that is why, and this must be also be taken, that is why the conversation about care reform cannot exclude the church. It cannot. So, I'll ask Sister Timekeeper, Sister Beatrice, to lead us with a word of prayer before meals.
Let us arise for the prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts which you're about to receive from your goodness through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
We'll be back here 5 minutes to 11.
Imagine a child's laughter echoing through a warm home with a fulfilling sense of safety and belonging. Such is God's divine plan for every child. Sadly, this reality is out of reach for tens of thousands of children in Kenya who have to live in residential homes away from their beloved families and communities. For decades, institutional care has been a common solution for vulnerable children. These institutions often lack the resources and personalized care to meet a child's socio, economic, and emotional developmental needs, hindering their overall well-being. Extensive research shows that children thrive best in family-like environments. Welcome to Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, KCCB's Care Reforms Project, a transformative initiative working to restore every child's right to being in a loving family.
Changing the way we care is a global initiative implemented in Kenya, Moldova, India, Haiti, and many other countries. In Kenya, we have been implementing since 2018. You understand that we have 3 pillars looking at family integration, prevention of separation, and strengthening the care system. Care reform in Kenya is a government agenda which has been put in place. The government of Kenya, working with partners, with support from Changing the Way We Care, UNICEF and other partners, developed a strategy known as the National Care Reform Strategy, which is to be implemented 2022 to 2032. This is a 10-year program. Now, during this period, the government of Kenya, with support from Changing the Way We Care and other partners, also developed the New Children's Act 2022. These instruments has given the care reform practitioners in Kenya, legal framework to engage. Now, looking at what we have been doing, we have been implementing with a number of partners. And the year 2022, we started working very closely with the church. The initial stages of 2018 to 2022 did not necessarily include the church per se.
Now, this care reform resonates very well with the Catholic social teachings, whereby the church teaches and believes that the will of God is that children be brought up in a family setup.
Within the context of safeguarding children that we've been discussing, you will appreciate that we have witnessed and we have seen situations where children are abused. And therefore the church comes in to create structures within the church that will be able to help promote the dignity of those children.
And now, with funding from UBS, Optimus, we started working with the Catholic Church in Kenya through KCCB. And this particular aspect of implementation also brought on board Amecea. The design is that Amecea, working closely with KCCB, picks lessons from Kenya, and they are able to use these lessons from Kenya to really work with the other provinces, all the way from Ethiopia to Malawi, to implement the program.
And therefore, the role of KCCB through the desk of child protection is to advocate, is to champion, and also to sensitize people on care reform. We make sure that we influence people in changing the attitudes by giving them the correct knowledge, so that even the practice of caring for children can also be improved. And in the course of continuing to interact with changing the way we care, the Amecea came on board, and also AOSK. And together, this partnership has brought about the ISAC project, that is East and Southern African Catholic Changing Care. Under this project of ISAC, the following has been achieved. One is sensitization and training on family and community-based care, especially to the clergy and religious, and also the lay people who are directly involved with CCIs as social workers. Also, trainings have been done on safeguarding, and with that, we have made sure that safeguarding is mainstreamed in the pastoral ministry in the church. Partnering with the government, we have been able to sensitize a number of participants on care reform legal framework in Kenya. And this has been seen also as an enabler because it is scientific and also it checks on the things that can bring about harm or can cause harm to the children. Of great importance that has been achieved is training on case management, also SITAN and CAP, that is situation analysis, was done, and also knowledge and attitude and practice was also conducted among the clergy and religious.
Since the journey of care reform began, I've participated in several trainings, among them the disability inclusion. Initially, I was not able to deal with people with disability. I was like kind of looking down upon them. But after the training in care, disability inclusion, I developed a lot of interest in dealing with the people with disability. And currently, I have one in my house.
When I came back from the seminar that we had in Nairobi about, on disability inclusion, I began thinking of how I could, or what I could do to make sure that this kind of people, they feel that they're part and parcel of our community. I looked for somebody I could take for training, to train as a catechist and at the same time to learn sign language, so that when he comes back, he can interpret liturgical, he can interpret Mass in a language that this kind of people can understand, and at the same time to prepare them for reception of sacrament.
Okay, since we started partnership with Changing the Way We Care, we had 2 children. One was from Uganda and one was from Tanzania. And this child, it took us a long time for us maybe to do some tracing, some family assessment and all that. But now after we attended the case management process from the Changing the Way We Care, when we came back now, we decided to pilot on those 2 cases for these children. And now when we began piloting them, it just took a very short duration of time, and we were able to get their families, their contacts and all that. And I speak right now, the children were taken back to their families.
I'm thankful to God because I've been able to get the training of Changing the Way We Care. I have learned a lot in case management, and this has helped me and also the center, especially in the way of filling the forms, cases of tracing, forms for the children.
Changing the Way We Care, I find it it has to be a pastoral reflection, because it is not just about food and shelter only. It is not just about, but more the care of that individual young person who find themselves trapped by whatever the reasons are. Our message to ourselves and even others, this program for us is a very important one, want to imagine all of us are called to reach out to the needy, to the poor, and in particular children, because without proper formation, which is only can be provided through a family, we see human beings growing in a very strange manner. They cannot keep stable. The stability cannot find properly in a family.
The care reform is not difficult, but again now you find that it needs resources, and it is possible. Because one thing I know is that whenever it begins with steps. It's just something which is gradually. It's not a one-day activity, and it cannot be just done in a very short time. It just needs each and every day. It's a process that is met, and each and every day you make a step.
More sensitization to the populace is needed to be intensified in order to impact and to demystify care reform initiative agenda. 2, stakeholders need to continue engaging in order to work as a team. And finally, more resources by the government, church, donors, and other stakeholders is needed to be directed towards reintegration and transitioning, and they should be given at the family level in order to see the impact and in order to actualize care reform.
The truth of the matter is that the problem is not gone. We are appealing to our partners, we are appealing to our donors, wherever they are, if we can increase funding in this space so that the lessons which we have developed over the years and the models which have been developed can be implemented to conclusion. The care reform in Kenya has picked a bit of momentum, good momentum I would say, but I want to say the Eastern and Southern Africa region, a lot of work is just beginning now. So our appeal is for the church, the governments in this region, to continue working together, and especially the donors, be willing to keep on supporting.
With that, I want to appreciate, of course, also CRS, to appreciate Hilton. They have also pulled in resources in different ways, and say, Lord, it is an effort for all of us to reach out to children, because children are like the seeds of a society. They are the ones who will harvest the leaders of tomorrow, the ones who will harvest the families of tomorrow, the ones who will harvest the religious men and women for tomorrow. And it's a moment, again, we're being asked to work as a church, and not a church that is closed only for Catholics, but with others. We are learning it also from other people. The Muslims have what they call kafala, where they have support systems within the context of community for children.
Visit our website to learn more, donate to support our work, or volunteer your time and skills in your local community. Every action, big or small, makes a difference. Join us in changing the way we care. Together, we can ensure that every child grows up in a loving, supportive environment.
CRS began rolling out this pilot program, so to speak, between two archdioceses, the Archdiocese of Kisumu and the Archdiocese of Mombasa. Myself, in our own Archdiocese, we have quite a number of what formerly and even currently used to be called orphanages. And I want to appreciate first and foremost the great work that is being done by these centers, because some of them have turned out to be actually the homes and families for many of these children, and some have come out of these centers and have lived very successful lives thereafter. However, now, our program of care reforms, changing the way we care, is encouraging us to move away slowly by slowly from this way of looking after children and perhaps focus on a more fruitful, meaningful way of looking after children that is more human, that is more family oriented. It is good for children to grow up in their families. But many of the children we find in these centers have been separated from their families. How can we prevent any further separation of children from their families? What can we do ourselves in society to limit and avoid incidences of children being separated from their families? So yes, there is the prevention of separation of children from families, but even more positively, how can we strengthen our families so that they can play this role of providing this optimum environment for our children to grow in? In case we find that we are not able to find families, how can we trace children that have been separated from their families, and how can we reintegrate these children back to their family? We have unfortunately noticed that today in society, the traditional concept of understanding family is not as strong as it used to be. And this should be a concern to the church. So, together with what we are doing, we need to go back ourselves, even to our catechism, or to go back to the ongoing formation of our Christian faithful, ongoing formation of agents of evangelization across the Catholic Church, in our diocese, in our parishes again, for us to emphasize the importance of family, the understanding of family in the traditional sense, which in itself also helps us and moves us to emphasize and to catechize our people about the importance of the traditional understanding of marriage. And we cannot talk about family unless we talk about marriage. It's good for us to understand as Catholics, what do we mean by family? When we talk as Catholics about marriage, what do we mean by marriage? The Catholic teaching about marriage, which eventually leads us to the understanding of family. For us to be more thoroughgoing in reintegrating children in families as the perfect environment for them to grow, we must also ask ourselves what kind of family we are proposing as the solution to the best care for our children. It cannot just be any family from anywhere. It must be a family that responds to God's desire, to God's will for the human person. So I think this point looks small, looks like it is added to what we are talking about, but I think we cannot comprehensively talk about reinserting or reintegrating children in family without ourselves interrogating what kind of family we are talking about as Christians. But we also have challenges. We also have challenges which we have to accept and find that there are children who may not find the opportunity to be reintegrated in families. That's why we encourage alternative ways of looking after children in a family environment. For example, the adoption of children. The adoption of children or placing children in foster care. So children, for all practical purposes, have a person they can refer to as father, a person they can refer to as mother. We have had our own few challenges in moving forward this particular program. Some of our partners who have been looking and funding, giving us funding for our orphanages or care centers don't seem to embrace what we are proposing completely. Some of them, of course, even are thinking of pulling out in our collaboration with them. These are challenges we need to face up to. This is the reality. Not everybody is going to buy what we are proposing as the perfect solution to the care of children, but I think this is a price we have to pay, because what we are proposing is the best solution. I believe it is the best solution, and it's something we have even to lose certain friends for the purpose of promoting this good thing. But I think we need to do what we can, we ourselves as church, and the rest we leave to God, and I'm sure He'll provide for our good cause. Thank you.
Throughout history, disability has been looked at differently. In some communities, disability was frowned upon, shrouded in stigma, stereotypical thinking, and superstition. Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, as part of her commitment in the Changing the Way We Care initiative, sought to change this narrative, to give persons with disabilities restorative dignity and include them in the life of the Church. In an attempt to live the Catholic social teaching principle on human dignity for all, KCCB conducted a comprehensive training on disability inclusion. The training aimed to equip pastoral agents with knowledge, skills, attitudes, and tools to create a welcoming environment for people with disabilities in our church, enabling them to fully and meaningfully participate in liturgy and the life of the church.
First of all, the parents and all of us have to accept that every human person is a gift from God. That's why we are living. And the parents should know their children are a gift, even if they are living with disabilities. Disability does not make someone half human being. They need our support. And in fact, these children, the way I see them, they have a lot of love. And we too, and the parents, should be able to love them. And one way of assuring that they love them is to bring them to the church so that they may participate in the life of the church. And more than that, we see, because participation in the life of the church is not only receiving the sacrament, but also responsibility. Now, the children who are living with disabilities, if you come to our children mass, you will see them also participating. You will see the one or two who are ushers. Every Sunday, they bring forward gifts, the offerings. They bring them forward. And that is their way of participating in their small way. But it is indeed a beautiful way of praising and worshiping God.
When we had the apostolic ministry in Mombasa, and we were doing confirmations in the cathedral, and 4 children who were living with disability were confirmed. And not just small or mild disability, even mental illness. And it was a very, very happy moment for the family, for the church, and for all of us. It was a breakthrough. And when I listened even to the parish priest with our vicar, explaining the journey he had taken with those parents, it was very, very fulfilling. Feeling like a parent would not go to church because you had to stay with your child at home. A parent, you go with some and not the others, so dividing the family. Now with the disability inclusion, they are all one family. So those children who were hidden and neglected have become a point of joy and a point of reference. Now it was a moment of joy for all of us. Yeah.
I want to talk about Daniela's confirmation. That day, I felt as if as if we are going to heaven.
I remember I used to celebrate Mass in my parish, that is St. Francis of Assisi Catholic Church, Rio. And I didn't know that we had some deaf faithful. And when I came back from the seminar that we had in Nairobi about, on disability inclusion, I began thinking of how what I could do to make sure that this kind of people, they feel that they're part and parcel of our community. And after that, I looked for somebody I could take for training, to train as a catechist and at the same time to learn sign language, so that when he comes back, he can interpret liturgical, he can interpret Mass in a language that this kind of people can understand, and at the same time to prepare them for the reception of sacrament.
Looking at our own preaching in terms of the content of our messages, that whatever you're able to preach, if you're giving a homily, it does not segregate, it does not depict a position that somebody feels like, I'm marginalized, or I'm in the other side of the divide, and therefore I'm not important at all. So we try also to focus on that. We also try to make some arrangements in terms of how do we reach out to them. In my parish, we decided for one to do the ramp for the church if it wasn't there. We have current plans of engaging also a sign language interpreter who will also be able to share, in terms of those who cannot be able to hear. So these are some of the things that we've been doing.
Inclusivity is part of us in terms of we don't discriminate people because they're weak or sick or disabled. We embrace them, whether they are men or women. That's inclusivity. That society decides we are working together, we are walking together, we are trying our best.
Following the training on disability inclusion, there's a growing realization that the world is one big exciting scene with all kinds of people. Some people walk on their 2 feet, others on wheelchairs, some have to communicate in signs and visuals, while others have to contend without vision. That makes us all special. To learn more or to get involved, visit our website and follow us on our social media. Thank you for watching. Did you know that there are hundreds of children who find themselves in charitable children institutions for various reasons? In this video, we explore the complex factors that push children into children's homes. Institutional care of children is a multifaceted issue that requires understanding and empathy. Reasons accounting for institutional care of children can be seen as both push and pull factors. Pull factors are a set of attractive factors that allure children and parents toward institutional care. These are often seen as advantages a child would accrue from being in an institution. Such include the promise of a better quality life, provision of medical care, and education, among others.
There are these pull and push factors that triggers children to find themselves in a CCI.
One of the most significant factors is poverty. When families cannot meet their basic needs, they may feel they have no choice
good after
but to place their children.
Good after tea. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. All right. Welcome back. Do we want to finish by Sasaba? By 1? All right, so let's get settled so that we can proceed. All right, so we are going to have some presentations, and I know that we are to listen to some feedback from Harry on the issue of disability, but before that, we are going to have a presentation by Father Fred on issues of safeguarding and care reform. And so at this juncture, I want to invite Father Fred, who is going to share with us. Father Fred is the National Coordinator of Safeguarding in Uganda, Episcopal Conference, and Father is also in charge of the lay apostolate ministry in Uganda. So Father Fred, karibu sana.
Excellencies, dear bishops, brother priests, the religious, and all of you, my brothers and sisters in this great work for children. This morning, as you have been informed, I'm going to give a brief sharing on the role of Diocesan Safeguarding Office in care reform. Now, I must already tell you that that has been my field, safeguarding than care reform, until recently I started getting involved with the sisters. I hope you know that the issue of care reforms is sister-led activity, at least for Uganda. I believe in many other countries, the rest of the countries of Amecea where it is. So I work with them in collaboration, but I've been safeguarding since 2016 as the National Coordinator or Safeguarding Officer for the Bishops' Conference. So I'll give a brief experience. Most of this is from what I know from Uganda, but a lot of it can also be cross-cutting and can really reflect what could be happening in your own countries, or maybe already happening. In fact, some of what I'm going to share is not necessarily happening, but it's desirable that happens that way. Basically to get us to see where we could be, all of us. Now, knowing that we're a mixed group, I decided to start by clarifying some of these terms by way of introduction. For example, it is necessary to understand the Diocesan Safeguarding Office. The Diocesan Safeguarding Office is actually an office created by the bishop, the same bishop, and on the national level also by the Bishops' Conference. And it's good to note this. You cannot just say, I create an office if you are not the ordinary of that. And that's why I think it was Father Jacob who later on clarified that we must always refer to our bishops or to our superiors, in this case of the religious secretariats. From Uganda, I have here the Secretary General of the Religious in Uganda, Sister Lydia, and the Director of CCCU, Sister Euphrasia, who is in charge, responsible for that. And they are coordinating with the Secretariat, but also the Bishops' Conference. So basically, it's good to know that that desk is created, or that office is created for the sake of looking after the affairs of children, specifically for safeguarding of the children. And therefore, the care reforms are very much related with this office. Then the other thing to clarify a bit is the care reforms itself. I'm saying this because I know we are mixed in case we have not been in contact with this. So the care reform focuses on transforming the care systems, often transitioning from institutionalized care, such as orphanages and this that we have been talking about since yesterday, to family-based care. And as you heard, I think it was the other day, Uganda, the religious in Uganda, the sisters are like the pioneers. actually religious. Uganda was the first to implement these care reforms in the Amecea region, and it was 2017. And as we talk, some of the institutions, the care institutions, they are looking for repurposing them to see what they can do now that they are getting drained. The children are going to homes. One of them, I'm informed, has only 3 children, where they used to have tens of children. Now they have only 3. And they're trying to say, what can we use now that place for? One other one that we visited, I think a few months ago with Amecea staff, had just a few remaining there. One of the boys had, I think there were 7 boys, where there used to be tens of boys. So the sisters have worked very hard to really promote this care, family-based care for children. The care reforms also, this program aims at ensuring that children grow up in safe, loving, and nurturing environments, ideally, as we have been discussing, within a family. And that's the target of care reforms, whether they are from the government or led by other international organizations. That's what we are implementing in the church, that is, as far as Uganda is concerned. Now, how can the Diocesan Safeguarding Office be involved? The diocesan involvement in care reform supports community-based care models, including foster care, kinship care, and family strengthening. Now, knowing that the Safeguarding Office created by the bishop, or in my case by the conference, naturally it is responsible for coordinating those affairs of the children safeguarding in that particular territory. And so they have to be involved in this work also, or supporting whatever is taking place in those areas of foster care, kinship care, and family strengthening. Child care institutions are located in dioceses. This is very clear. And so they are supposed to interest the diocesan authorities, or rather the other way around. The diocesan authorities have to be interested in what is located in their territory and to guide and support. The role of the Diocesan Safeguarding Office in care reforms is very key in this, since it is promoting a program which we think is at the best interest of the child. And so it's very important that this office is supporting. These are various ways also, the kind of roles that this Safeguarding Office can play. By the way, I should have mentioned that these offices now are mandatory. I don't know how to call it, mandatory. They are mandatory. If you are familiar with the document, you are the light. I put it in English because the other might be difficult for me to pronounce or even for many of us to understand. The document by the Holy Father, 2023, he now made it mandatory that every diocese, every institution, every conference should be having this kind of office. It's not something you're talking about in theory that may be there or may not be there. This office is really something recommended and proposed by the Holy Father that should be in place. For us in Uganda, in our safeguarding policy of the country, it is embedded there that each diocese is expected to have this desk or office staffed. So with the safeguarding officer there, but with other people helping. And now what we are doing from this year is to encourage the diocese to have this office in their budget. So they own it. You know, in the past, we have been getting donation support from different partners, and that's okay to begin. But if we're going to getting funding from donors, then we cannot own this. If it is of value to us, then we shall put it on our list of the things we do in the diocese and becomes part of our budget. Now, these are some of the roles it should play, or is actually playing already, or can play when it is put in place. The first thing is to develop the policy and have it implemented. On the national level, it was the office where I work that helped the bishop, or rather the bishops asked us to have that policy drafted. It was put in place. And in the dioceses or institutions, the same office that works, normally is entrusted with the work also of having the policy in place for that institution. And not only having it in place, but also implementing it, supporting so that it then is implemented. It's not only to remain on paper. And the other thing, of course, psychosocial support, and as I said, this mostly comes in supporting those who work with children with such a trainings, but also to have the children, where possible, supported through their small Christian communities, and then be able to be integrated in a normal way. Also, the other element, another role that this office plays, is to engage other partners on behalf of the church in this aspect of safeguarding. So those can be the government, can be the NGOs, cultural leaders, and also other relevant stakeholders, as long as it is to do with children or children's safeguarding or protection, as we may use different terms. The other role is to support of institutions in development and implementation of the relevant policies. Now, I spoke of the diocese having a policy or the conference, but also when the other institutions are putting the policy in place, they will need to be supported by these people who have already been prepared and are trained for this. So when they start working with their own policy, this office comes in to support them, so that they have their policy, and then also it is rolled out and being implemented. So this office is very, very handy also in that aspect. I'm trying to make you appreciate that this office is very important because it's like their business, so that children are safeguarded and protected. So where you need any support, you go to that office. And they will be available to help in many ways. There's also the aspect of economic support, although it's very small, usually not much, but at least if this office is well constituted, they can help the care institutions to start raising funds and make sure that the work is supported. There's the issue of formal education and spiritual guidance. Maybe I should comment much on the spiritual guidance. My dear brothers and sisters, what we are doing it also because we are led by faith. If we do it without faith, we will not achieve much. We will soon be tired of it even. We went to one of the institutions with the Amecea team when they came, and a sister there had been in hospital for a week with one of the children in that institution who was sick. Now another one was going, another week she was going to hospital. A sister, and this is not her child. Without faith, you can't do that. You will soon give up. So, and we must keep in mind also that we are contributing to the mission of the church. Whatever we are doing is really because that's our mission, to care for the weak, to care for the most vulnerable in our community. The other element, the other role of this office is the advocacy and community engagements, and that's, I don't have to explain very much on that. The partnership with local authorities should also be the work of this office. I know that I have very few minutes, so I will just have as long as you get those bullets. Then the family strengthening. We spoke many times here about family strengthening, and this office cannot just work complete and avoid being involved in the family because you're trying to have the children protected, and in that context also. And in that we support also the families that are more vulnerable to see that the children can be safeguarded. The other role is to sensitize or create awareness and training in these matters of safeguarding through our structures, associations, or the officers, and various duty bearers so that they know what concerns this field. The other roles, last two roles I would like to mention, is promoting holistic approach to child welfare, because it has to be holistic. You know, that we are like as a church, we don't only handle the spiritual, but we can handle the other aspects, so that the child is not just a spiritual being, but also other elements. And finally, there's the element of monitoring and reporting back, especially to the bishop. If you are put in that office, you must keep reporting what is happening there, and also reporting to other partners, other collaborators, what you are doing, so that they are also in the know. Spiritual guidance, I don't have to explain again. technical support. As I said, these are poor trained, so they can be able to give support to whoever is in that field. And also encouraging good practices, especially when it comes to matters of safeguarding and the procedures that we follow in safeguarding the children. Now, to keep time, I go, this is the conclusion, and I read it word per word. The Diocesan Safeguarding Office is pivotal in the care reform, acting as a guardian of vulnerable children's rights and well-being. It champions the transition to family-based care through policy, sensitization, training, community engagement, and partnerships. This is basically the summary of what this office will do to support what we are working on in the care reform procedure that we are now handling. I'll put a number of photos, a few photos here, just to indicate what happens. Like in this case, we have the Archbishop Paul Semagere is the chairman of the Commission for the Laity in Uganda. And he's, naturally, these issues of the policy and the office where I work is under him. So here we went to discuss matters with him, and it is, as you can see, not only my office, but also with the office of the sisters who are responsible for the care reforms. And he blessed and is aware of what is happening and is happy to see that we are doing what this collaboration with the sisters to serve the children. Here was a photo of one of the children who was being reintegrated. It's called Aaron. There he had his first Holy Communion. The same day when he was being reintegrated in the family, he was having his first Holy Communion, and now he is now being prepared to have confirmation. But also what is striking, even his elder brother decided to become a Catholic because the family was Anglican, and he's also in the process of being a good Catholic. The other image also from the time when the Amecea team visited, as I put there, their proven support of the Diocesan authorities are key to the success of this. I know I'm time bad, but I wanted to point out that that Bishop of Jinja is where this institute was located, and we had to get to the bishop and see that he's aware of what is happening in his diocese as this child was being integrated, and different levels were there from the conference to Amecea to the local community. In that last photo, it was actually the local community and the family present at that occasion when the child was being brought back home. Because it doesn't go to the family, the local community must be involved so that the child is cared, is followed even in their local community. And that's the last one. They are just statistics which may interest you, which I believe may not be much different from the rest of our countries. One of them is to know that, okay, the females are more, in the case of Uganda, more than 1 million. And this is very important, especially for our neighboring countries. You know that in Uganda we have more than 1 million females than men. It's very important to note that. You may help us. 1 million women more than men. And this most recent, it is from this year. This took place in June. It took place in May. The census date was 9th of May, so it is still valid. But what I wanted us to note is that the majority are children. The majority of our society, and here the official book gives us from 0 to 17. But look, they are already more than 50%. The children alone. If we went to 18%, the age 18, they might have been even 60%. And I think the story is not much different from the rest of our countries. And so we have to think and see what we are doing is very, very important because we're also dealing with the majority of the population. Thank you. I think I'm already 1 minute late, but thank you for the time you gave me. I wish you good time.
Thank you so much, Father Frederick, for that good presentation. Let's applaud him once more. Thank you, Father. I think the population is similar to Kenya in terms of the number of children. Thank you, Father, for emphasizing on this, and especially that safeguarding is pivotal when we are discussing matters of care reform. and that it's very important to to incorporate or to bring on board the community whenever we are reintegrating children. It's very important also that you said the linkage to family strengthening. In Kenya, you'll notice that when the bishops were starting to engage in care reform matters, they brought together these key offices to work together. There is family life and child protection desks. And that is to say that we will not be able to safeguard children without, collaboratively working with the family office, because we need to strengthen the families. And children sometimes are abused in the families. How do we ensure that parents are supported to safeguard their own children? Thank you so much, Father, for that. And now, because of time, we will just have all the presentations, and then we could perhaps hear some sharing thereafter. So now I want to invite George. George has been introduced. So George, karibu sana, so that you take us through the next presentation. We are timing every presentation so Sister will be notifying you when your time is over. Thank you.
Good morning. I know I have come to this podium many times, but interestingly, this time I will come to make a very quick presentation, something that I haven't done here. I am not very sure how to go about this, because when you're looking at legal issues with 8 countries, I will tell you it's very difficult because they are all very different. Every country has its own unique set of laws, which would underpin care reform and safeguarding. So basically, I want to draw some pointers as to some very key areas that we need to focus on as we think about safeguarding and care reform within our country contexts. I may not be able to give very specifics for country by country because, of course, they are very different. So we just want to share high-level insights into pieces of legislations that are very critical for us to understand and look at as we work around children. And of course, we broadly want to note that at the international level, we have some very important legal instruments that we all have to be aware of, that we have to read almost word for word, that we have to internalize so that we apply it within our working with children. And we all must be aware of the United Nations Charter on the Rights of Children. It's a universal law that is widely acceptable when it comes to dealing with issues of children. Then at the African level, we have the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Children. We have a host of many other conventions, many indeed, many conventions. We have a host of many declarations. We have a host of many protocols that are binding to the countries that ratify, that give themselves to these protocols. And it is important for us to think about every one of our country context, because different countries ratify different conventions. They ratify different conventions, different protocols. And all this have a bearing on eventually what becomes our national law for children. Then we have the Universal Declaration on the Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, another very key document. Then we have the UN Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading of Treatment or Punishment. These are universally acceptable laws that provide a basis for child protection, child safeguarding, care reform. I will use those terms interchangeably because I want to believe that we have a good foundation for understanding those 3 terms. Then we have a set of 8 International Labour Organization conventions, and I have just isolated 3 of them. We have the Convention Against Forced Labor of 1930, number 29. We have the Convention that abolished forced labor, 1957, number 105. We have the ILO Convention on the worst forms of child labor. These are directly related and speaking to issues of children and labor relations. And much as we may not interact with these particular documents on a day-to-day basis, within the Amecea country, we would make a general comment and note that on average, our member countries have ratified most of these key international instruments, and therefore, our laws speak to these documents that we are now referring to. And within the international legal context, these legal instruments do a number of things. One, they offer what you call the minimum acceptable standards and definitions of key terms. For example, if you want to define who is a child, where do you draw that definition from? Is it from a canon perspective, like Father here is a canonist? Is it from our constitution? Is it from wherever? International legal instruments offer standard definitions for some of the terms that we interact with as we deal with children. And let me ask a question. Is there any country within the Amecea region that defines children differently other than under 18? Is there? Is there? If you say yes, let me see by a show of hand. South Sudan, hey, Father, be very careful. Be very careful. Anyway, generally speaking, within the region, the definition of a child as below the age of 18 has been acceptable. But I would want to ask Malawians to confirm that there's a law that talks about 16 in Malawi. Not Zambia, I'm talking about Malawi. Wait, Zambia, but the legal context in Zambia and Kenya are very similar in many ways. In many ways. 18. There's one particular law that we'll talk about. But I'm glad that because for a long time it has actually talked about 16, but the updated version now talks about 18. I think it is good to say that clear. Again, these legal instruments, they set key principles that guide child care, child protection, and child safeguarding. They define rights, freedoms, and privileges that children should enjoy. But also they set obligations for member states, they set obligations for other actors in respect to child care, and primarily parental responsibility of our children. Again, very important. And generally speaking, the UNCRC and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Children, they provide for the primacy of the family as the natural place for the child. And that underpins our care reform work. I think it is important to know that all the member conferences have ratified the UNCRC. The last one to do so was our associate member, Somalia. That was in 2017. And the UNCRC and the African Charter, one of the defining elements that is important to our care reform work is the primacy accorded to the family. That all these laws, they state clearly that every child has a right to belong to a family, to be raised in a family, and that underpins our care reform work within the region. If you look at the national legal contexts, again, they differ from one country to the other. And the first thing we want to ask ourselves, have our member conferences or countries, allow me to use maybe member states, have they ratified these international legal instruments? Because that is the first point in domesticating those international legal instruments so that they can be applied across our member states. And generally speaking, majority of the key laws have been domesticated, they have been ratified by our member states. Then at the national level, we have national constitutions, a very key document that provides for the rights and privileges and protection of children. They provide for minimum fundamental rights. They set minimum age for who a child is, in line, of course, with the international legal instruments. Then we have what we call the penal codes. Penal codes. Penal codes are very important. And again, all our member conferences have their own penal codes. And penal codes basically define what is a crime under the national law. They provide a basis for sentencing, taking into account the principles of fairness, the principles of justice, the principle of proportionality, and commitment to public safety. And penal codes, again, they define or they set the age of criminal responsibility. And this is important because as we talk about care reform, one of the elements that we have to deal with is children in contact and in conflict with the law. And it has to be clear to all of us, at what age is a child liable for a criminal offense? At what age can we say a child has committed a criminal offense? That differs from country to country. Kenya, what is the age? 12? Tanzania? 18? Uganda? 12? Ethiopia? Ethiopia? Is it 12 or is it 9? Differs. So basically, the aim of bringing this information is to ask us to look at our laws. It is absolutely important that as we deal with children, some of these pieces of legislation should be very clear to all of us. Then we have what we call dedicated children laws or children acts. And we are making a general note that within the countries within the Amecea region, with the exception of Eritrea and Ethiopia, if I misrepresent, feel free to correct me. I am free to be corrected. With the exception of Eritrea and Ethiopia, all the other countries have dedicated children laws. In Kenya, we call it the Children's Act 2020. 141, Cap 141. Okay, I have 15 more minutes. Thank you, sister. Eritrea relies on their constitution. They have a penal code 58 of 2007 and a proclamation that abolished female circumcision. Those three laws in Eritrea are the ones that generally guide child protection work. Ethiopia has a number of them. They may not be dedicated children laws. We have the constitution. We have a penal code that has very clear provisions in respect to children. We have a criminal code that again has very specific provisions when you are dealing with children, and the revised family code proclamation of 2000, number 13. We have a set of marriage and family laws. Again, I think the Kenyan version is 2014 or 2017, Konyango. Our marriage law, marriage act is 2014. We have a set of laws that legislate issues of marriage and family unions. Very important because children are protected within those particular laws. They provide for the protection against domestic abuse, including gender-based violence. They define rights, privileges, and obligations for children, parents, and other societal structures, including schools, extended families, member states. They legislate on issues of property and inheritance. Very important. Within our context, issues of inheritance are a major issue and major discussion. And we have very specific laws within our different member countries that provide for that. Another set of laws are what we call the labor laws. Labor laws. They are dedicated laws that provide legislation on employer-employee relations, labor relations generally. They set principles of compensation. They set minimum age for employment. At what age can a child be employed or a person be employed? Kenya, what is the age? Kenya, what is the minimum age that somebody can be employed? It's a bad one. Tusionge. Let's not talk about it. It is not a good one. Yes. Then they provide for protection against exploitation. If you think about child protection, one of the forms we talk about is exploitation. Exploitation as an abuse. And we have economic exploitation, which is normally legislated under the labor laws. Then we have dedicated protection laws that offer protection against things like drugs and substance abuse, protection against retrogressive cultural practices. We have many of these laws within our member conferences. And finally, it's a big thank you, because my summary is over. Of course, this is not conclusive. I have a deeper and a better analysis that I will share, a word version that would help you to do a reading on your context. Remember, I keep saying again, the most important thing is with this kind of information, please be interested to read and look at your national context. It's very important. Elizabeth.
Thank you so much, George. Let's appreciate George once again. Father, you had a question, or I wanted us to just have all the presentations and then we come back to questions? Or it's about the, yes, I'm sure Harry will touch on it briefly when he will be coming to the podium to share a bit on the, thank you so much. I hope you understand. But what I can say is that, as George is saying, let us understand the laws within our country. Let us understand the legal framework, and especially on matters of children, because that will give us an authority. Even as we are discussing about care reform, for the sisters that are working within the CCIs, let us understand the Children's Act. I don't know whether in all the countries you have the Children's Act, but let us look at all the legal frameworks that are there so that we are able to fully be in compliance with the laws. At this juncture, I want to invite another presenter, and she's Clara. Clara is the Changing the Way Care Communications Advisor. She's also a communications and advocacy specialist. Clara has done various humanitarian and development campaigns in the Global South, and these include on areas of mental health, alcohol control, tobacco control, and she's very passionate about care reform. Clara, karibu sana.
Hi, how are you? God is good, and all the time. Thank you very much. One thing that Elizabeth might not have mentioned, because it was not in the bio, is that I am a very, very passionate champion of national care reform. I am an adoptee parent. I have gone through the adoption process, and I wanted to tell each and every person here, when we think about adoption, it is doable, it is easy, it is not a task that is unachievable. It's something that can happen. And once we did the adoption, it took a record label of around 3 to 6 months for placement. So adoption is beautiful. We say that as an association of the parents of adoption, we say adoption is beautiful. Do you want to say that with me? Adoption is, and that children are born from the womb and also from the heart. So it's very possible. So this afternoon, we're looking at the kind of work that we do. We're very passionate about it. But in terms of safeguarding, we need to look at how do we safeguard, how do we tell the story, and we do it ethically. Because all stories are so important. Each child and every person we're telling the stories is very important. But how do we tell it? So let us look at that picture, everybody. What can you see? Smiles. But at the background, there's something else. Children, do they look, where do they, are they happy? Look at this other lady, the lady in a white t-shirt. Is she happy? But how comes the two ladies, they look very happy? So they were telling, this was a picture that was trending some time ago on the space we called X, the Twitter. And so let's just analyze that picture. This is a real picture that was posted. When it was posted, there was an uproar because there are two girls who have gone to volunteer. They are victims who've been hit by the floods. Their houses have gone. They've been washed away in the slums of Nairobi. And everything, they're at a limbo. They don't know what to do. Then two girls go and they take a picture. And they're like, terrorists! And then there was an uproar. Who does that? So it got so escalated that, you know, they were wearing the jackets for. So the backlash was at, is this how you help people? And so when they were investigated, they realized that she was not even an employee, and she had to now apologize to the whole of Kenyans. And you know, Kenyans on Twitter, we can finish a whole nation. You know that. Nations, you know, the nations who are represented here, you may or you may not know that even Nigeria and South Africa tried, and they saw dust. So everybody, there was an uproar. Then they said, oh, we are sorry. In fact, they regretted and said an apology that to the flood victims and also to Red Cross, and this was a trending story. And so looking at those girls, they were innocent. They did that. If they knew that there was an uproar like that, they would not do it, is it? And sometimes when we are telling our stories in the children in the CCIs, one time, many years ago, we visited a CCI, and the director innocently paraded those children, and they said, Uyu, I'm not using real names, Uyu anaitwa Wafula. Wafula, mama yake, the mother, this is Wafula, the mother of Wafula is a prostitute. In fact, she has 5 men. Okay, Wafula, come here. Now, this is Omutiati. Omutiati, this boy was sodomized. And then it was in Embu. And then he said, this girl, come here. In fact, this girl started sleeping with men when she was the age of 10. But because of God and the passion that he has given me, I adopted them. Now they're my children here. They call me dad. Can you clap for me? That's what he told us. We were so heartbroken. I saw the shame and the cringe that, oh my God, how can we be telling such stories? So the guy, actually, there was a children officer who was part of our delegation. So she immediately ensured that the man has been arrested because, first of all, you cannot tell such stories. That's stigma. So as we are telling our stories, we are very passionate. We need to know, how do we tell our stories? And how do we do ethical storytelling? Through photography. So there are 3 things that we're looking at. Equitable storytelling. It represents capturing images in a way that respects the dignity, the rights of the subjects and portrays the truth and provides for proper context. I was hoping to hear the caregivers who were here. It was just amazing to listen to your stories. And you may not have experienced this, but some other caregivers in Kisumu, as we were sharing, they told us that one time they were being paraded. They were like, oh, before they take a picture, it's like, let us take some sand and do like this. And they will not take a picture that is portraying the real picture. That because you're in a CCI, they told us that the director, as they were doing the fundraising, they were sending the pictures of when the kids are in their worst state. So they say, why can't you just take a nice picture of kids who are happy? Kids who do not have a cold. Because most of them have a cold, and the mucus is reaching up to here. It's drawn a Nike. And they're like, this is a picture that is going to raise funds. So as we are doing that, the funds come and people do the Lord's work. However, does it really portray the true dignity? The second thing we're looking at is informed consent, accurately representing the stories, representing the privacy and well-being. As you are signing up, changing the way we care, our forms, there's a consent that says we are taking pictures to document everything that we are doing. And even I know in Amecea, George is very keen on that we normally ensure that you tell the people, why are you taking this picture? How are you going to use it? It's a practice that we can adopt as key champions when we are doing our storytelling. So that as we are giving the stories, we are sharing the true picture. We are informing the champions or everybody who we're taking, why are you doing it? Are you okay with this? Sister Monica could testify one time when we visited her, as we were taking the pictures, we took pictures and you have seen most of the pictures. We take the back. The children are having a meal, and you take them, you have seen that picture, kids taking a meal under a tree, and they're enjoying, and you stand very far. You can still tell the story and show the actual picture, but protect the dignity of the children. The children, some of them who are living with disabilities, have cerebral palsy, so even when they are feeding, you do not expect me for us to come and take that picture when that child, the porridge is pouring. That is not safeguarding. That is not the ethical storytelling. So it's about time we rethink as we are doing some of this for our advocacy, for fundraising, for telling the story. There are things that we need to just look at. Very quickly, there are key pillars of ethics when you're doing the storytelling. The first one is investing time in projects. If you have to tell the story, please ensure that you have planned properly. Ensure that the story is not rushed. Because if we do not do a research properly, then you end up telling the story from one side of the coin. You always know that a story has always the two sides, right? The second one is challenging an equal power relationship by acknowledging that the power dynamics that exist and you strive for equity in storytelling. The other thing is empowering community members to share their stories on their terms. It's okay. As champions here, as advocates of national care reform, we really want transitioning to happen properly. We want to hear from the community. That's why you heard Mama Daniela telling us how it was done, how Father Amugast supported them. It's very okay to let the community tell their stories. Friends, let us acknowledge that we're never perfect. And it's always good to give everybody, and especially a chance, to speak from their perspective. The other thing is tackling implicit bias. What do I mean by that? It is engaging diverse perspectives and challenges that are preconceived. So this is like now that, for example, is we have always been taught, from where I come from, that the story, especially if it's in media, we normally say, in media, not we, they. I'm not in the media. The media, they are normally, sometimes they say, that story is not good enough. You know what? They say, and in secular terms, because I'm standing before the clergy, they say something, that story is not sexy. What do they mean by that? They say, that story is not good. How many people have died? One. Will not report it. How many people have, what is the story bad? Is it showing them the worst of the state? That is a story that we will cover. So we have to beat that challenge that the systems have put for many years, that you have to report a story when it's at its worst. It's an error. The other one is promoting transparency and accountability by ensuring that we uphold ethical standards of fairness, holding ourselves accountable for the narratives we present. Are they true? What do these people feel about it, sister? What are they saying? Is it something that when we share, they're comfortable with that? Then we will have achieved. I want to finish with that. This is a girl who was traveling. She's a solo traveler. She has a big blog that's funded by many people. They fund her to go to different places. And then she took a picture, and this picture gave her a lot of publicity. And this girl, just like the journalist who committed suicide after getting the award for presenting that child who was being fed by the vulture, she fell into depression. Why? Because she started learning about the national care reforms in Kenya. She started learning about safeguarding the rights. And so in her memoir of regret, she says, not only did I have informed consent from these kids to share this picture, but now I cringe at the story this photo tells. It makes me look, incorrectly, like a hero and promotes the stereotype of poor but happy African children. In fact, this home, they had another section where they had built. There was a good house, but she chose to do it. Why don't we take it here? Here, just outside where there's the iron sheet. And when she posted that, people were like, oh, you're doing such a good job. You're doing such a good job. And everybody's patting your back. But what have you done? You have not upheld the ethics. You have not upheld the dignity, the trust. These children were trending in different states, but did they know that? These children will be 10 in the next 10 years. They'll be seeing themselves at different sites. The final one is that some of the caregivers shared with us that some of their pictures are used up to now. They are 25. That picture was taken when they were 8 with mucus, dust, dirt, torn shorts, exposing every part of, their legs and everywhere. And they say some pictures are still being used. Some of the consent we need to have need to be timed that as we tell the stories of our pictures, we're going to use it for 1 year. It's very important we uphold the dignity. Right now, there's a girl who was trending in Nairobi. She was, the parents who are here, they like trending, posting their children. Oh, my daughter is a dancer. So that girl was dancing so well, and she became very famous on TikTok. But then when we were in one of our reflections, actually the last reflection that we had in Changing the Way We Care KCCB in Naivasha and Amecea, that week it was reported that a man tracked her because they're like, oh, where are you dancing from? She says, oh, we live here and here. So a pedophile tracked her, raped her, and they killed her. The mother was learning about her death on TikTok. She was telling the story. She never meant harm. But as we tell our stories, we need to know the implications that every photo, especially of our children, what are the implications? I'd like to finish with that. Who are we telling? What are we telling? Where and when? Which date are we using? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Clara. I think that was powerful, and I'll be inviting someone to just share an appreciation in a better way and a disability inclusive appreciation. I heard there's someone who's good at sign language, so I'll be inviting you to help us to appreciate Clara. I think that was good, isn't it? Telling the story, but upholding the dignity of the person. And I think the Archbishop, when we were starting, talked a lot about the dignity. It's not so much about, the dignity of the person. If not respected, then we lose it. And I don't think what is more important than that. I think with that, I want to just call you to help us appreciate Clara in a better way.
God is good, and all the time. We will appreciate Clara in sign language as we celebrate the month of inclusivity. It's a Deaf Awareness Month, so we will celebrate Clara in the deaf community way. So let's prepare our hands, and we don't clap because we don't hear. So we clap. We all direct to Clara's where she's seated.
Clara, you can come closer so that people don't stretch too much.
We redo it. Let's appreciate Clara, and then we will tell her thank you. Okay? So, Clara. Okay. So let us appreciate Clara, and then we tell her thank you.
We should repeat that now. We are not clapping, eh? We are just doing this and that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Clara, for that. It was powerful. It was very touching. And I hope that all of us have picked the lessons shared. Now, I want to invite the last presenter. I know she doesn't have PowerPoint presentation, and this is the last one. I want to invite someone who's already at the podium. Edith is going to take us through the next steps, as well as she'll tell us how to fill the feedback form that we received earlier. I hope that everyone received it. Edith? All right, so I'm told that so as they set up, I'm going to invite, there was a question about disability inclusivity, the question that Father Kevo asked, and also from the sharing from the caregivers yesterday. So I'm inviting the government officers, very limited time, but I know Harry had prepared, and also Mordecai had expressed that she would also want to share. has a docket that is in charge of implementing on this. So Harry, karibu sana. Then Mordecai will also be welcome to share.
All right, very quickly, like George was sharing, legal perspective of disability issues. Kenya is a signatory to Conventions of the Rights of Persons with Disability. And I want quickly to mention Article 23, state parties shall ensure children with disabilities have equal rights and respect to family life with the view of realizing these rights and to prevent concealment, abandonment, neglect, and segregation of children with disabilities. State parties shall undertake to provide early and comprehensive information services and support to children with disabilities and their families. Number 4, subsection 4, state parties shall ensure that a child shall not be separated, and I want to insist on this one. For those children with disabilities in CCIs, this is against the law, against the conventions of persons of the rights with disabilities. State parties shall, of which Kenya is a signatory, shall ensure that children shall not be separated from his or her parents against their will, except when competent authorities, that's a court of law, subject to judicial review and determination in accordance with the applicable laws and the procedures, that such separation is necessary for the best interest of that child. The other part, which subsection of that, says, in no case, and you can underline that one, in no case a child shall be separated from parents on the basis of disability. If I can just stop it there. I repeat, in no case. And that's the government which is obligated to make sure there is no child who is institutionalized on the basis of disability, either for the child or for the parents. The state party shall, where immediately, now if they have to be institutionalized, listen to this, state party shall, where the immediate family is unable to care for the child with disabilities, undertake every effort to provide alternative care, not institutionalization, alternative care within a wider family, and if that is failing, within the larger community in that family. In Kenya, I just quoted that one. We have Disability Act, which protects the children from institutionalization. Right now, Disability Act 2003 is in the parliament being amended, and there's quite a number of changes in that one. A lot of amendments, including the language we use. From now, once they're signed, you shall be taken to court by calling a person with a disability a person living with disability. It's very offensive against the law. You cannot call them deaf. You cannot call them the bride. They are not imbeciles. They are not, all those names we have been used to. Sorry? They cannot be called disabled. They cannot be called those names. You cannot call them all those names that we are used. Now they're amendment. Now it's like what he said, George said, it is very good we know the laws. Once we are serving the children, know the rules that are serving the children. Once you are serving children with disability, it is our responsibility. Then number 2, apart from those changes that are being made in the Children's Act 2003, we have disability policy on good progress right now. We don't have a national policy on disability issues, but now it is on progress, it's doing well. Then we have the Constitution of Kenya 2010. We also have Children's Act 2023 protecting the children, also the children. We have all these and aimed at helping covering issues of disability. There is quite a lot of data. And when I'm looking at what is happening, I go back to when I was born. I was born with what the doctors call congenital human deformity some 60 years back. I wish there was a single policy or a single law. The things I went through those years, if today is those days, I would be enjoying a better life. There are things I went through I would never want children with disability to go through. I wish you could have heard my story, where I got my nickname, Baby Elephant. For those who know my story, they know the story of Baby Elephant. How my mother would carry me. I was a very huge boy. She would carry me on her back, take me into school. To Nanguka, we follow down, we wake up. Village ladies would help her until village ladies would always say, have you seen Mother Stanley with her baby elephant on the back? You know, those stories went around and it became what? The baby elephant. Now, the status, the details is here. We have less than 3,000. These are the data. I'm just quickly lashing through. The data we have for all the children in the institutions in Kenya, this is from DSD. We have less than 3,000 children with disabilities in institutions against 45,000 children without disabilities. So that tells you what? we have less children, we have many other children without disability like me who are never institutionalized. We have many more than 3,000 children with disabilities, but we have got only a very small number. So when it comes to transitioning, it will become, although it is people saying it's becoming hard, what if the data were the other round? If the data was 45,000 children with disabilities, transition can be very difficult. But right now, we have less than, actually it's 2,400, and we need to collect that data, but the number is that small. So the data shows that, unfortunately, which we are told here, we do not have the data of caregivers with disabilities. That one we don't have. That's something we're going to take. We need to be taken to. And some of these issues should be addressed by the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. And that's why I'm saying the issues with the disabilities is National Council, DSD, DCS, because they are implementers of children and they are going to come across them in children with disabilities. These DSCS are also, and for us, NCCS as regulators. I just want to think about these harmful cultural practices that talks about children being a bad omen. This is the work of all stakeholders to be able to sensitize the communities. Last but not the least, the issue that was raised yesterday about employment. The portal, National Council for Persons with Disabilities, there is a portal where all persons with disabilities, you should submit your application. They are the people who should be looking job for you. National Council for Persons with Disability. We put all our CVs there. You go even today, my CV is there. If they get a better job for me today, they match the CVs we have with the people who have put them there. So persons with disability who are seated here, and those who are there, please tell them, go to National Council of Persons with Disabilities, the portal, click job vacancies, apply there, and wait then. Okay, you can keep on looking for them. What I want to say is that there is a lot of information. And next time, Edith, tafadhali, when you invite Gen Zs, and you know they're armed with Tomahawk missiles towards the government, you please give us a disclaimer. I don't come.
Thank you so much, Harry. And because of time, we are not going to allow or to take. You can see Edith is just standing here. She wants to take the mic. So we request that we get another forum to talk specifically about disability inclusion, but also we can talk to the DSD, NCCS, and DCS for more clarification, and especially for those from Kenya. Thank you so much, Harry, and now I hand over the mic to Edith.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I want to really plead with you. I would have really loved that we get answers to all the questions, but unfortunately, time is not on our side. Actually, I'm eating into Father Chimombo's time, which is putting me in a very awkward position. I only have about 18 minutes to do the exercise that I have. So I'm really pressed with time, and I want to really request your indulgence that we can continue. Please. Because we want to do the next way forward. And maybe very briefly, I would request that we congregate based on our not that one. I just want us to do the exercise first before I take us through the form, because I think it's important. I want us to congregate based on our conferences, and then for Kenya, we will congregate based on our archdioceses. And then we have some very important group, Akweka, will congregate together with EOSK and Pontifical Commission on the Protection of Minors. And then Meru, Muranga, Malindi, if they're in the house, and Embu will also congregate together. So I want us in the next 3 minutes to congregate based on our conferences. Then we will take up this, sorry, what have I touched? It's gone. Then we'll take up these 2 exercises. We want to get from you what are the 2 greatest lessons that you've picked from the conference that you didn't know before. 2 greatest lessons based on the conferences. I know we did this before, but it was general per table. But now I want to get it based on the conference. And then lastly, which is very important, what are the 3 key takeaways that you're taking home from the conference? Then I'll give you index cards based on your tables, you document, and then we'll pick them. So maybe in the next 3 minutes, if we could congregate based on our tables. Is it okay if we say Mombasa to come here, now that we have most of the Mombasa team here? Then we have, which country want to be here? I can see Zambia, South Sudan. So we can have South Sudan here, and then Ethiopia there. Tanzania can go where we have brother. South Sudan can go where we have sister. Malawi, go where we have father. Pardon? You are from where? Okay. The other thing I wanted to mention, we have our partners who are working with the other dioceses, like Child in Focus. We have SOS. We have L4C. So you can join your various dioceses, if that's okay. So let's just move. And then I'll conclude by taking you through the form, just the first page, because that's where there is a bit of clarification to be done. So whichever country is ready, just let me know. I bring you an index card. Kabugi. Let's move, please. Yes, Kisumu and Mombasa separate. So Kisumu, you can come here. You can come to this table. Give to. And then we have government. Government, you can join any team that you know. Government can congregate together. Government can have their table. Yeah, Kisumu is there at the door. Akweka AOSK, come here. Pontifical Commission, here. Akweka, Pontifical Commission, and AOSK here. Tanzania. Tanzania, come and join the bishop, please. Tanzania, come and join the bishop. And you're from where? Zambia. So Zambia needs to move. Where's the other Zambian? Okay. Okay. So long as you, the caregivers, you want to go to your various, you go to your various areas. Uko kwa gate. So government, you can congregate where Harry is. Ethiopia. So are we already at our stations? You're already there? So we are starting now. We are starting now. Muko wangapi wewe? You are KCCB. But KCCB is in the cooking pot. KCCB cannot have lessons. No, you should rove around and guide them. Rove around. You can join. Enda join RS. Inaitwa? Uko peke yako? Oh, when KCCB then. So you people, you can rove around. Okay. Have all of you gotten the index cards? Do you have the index cards? Now you can start the exercise, please. You don't have the index card? Kabugi. The exercise starts now, and I'm timing you for the next 10 minutes. Yeah, you can give them.
You are where? That is, you work with which diocese?
Normal Homa Bay.
Go to Kisumu, because you can't be alone. Go to Kisumu.
Government, is it?
Government. You've started?
Yeah.
Two greatest lessons that you have obtained from the conference. And then 3 takeaways from the conference. So in other words, what you're going back with.
Guide them on the use of this card.
So let me just based on the, excuse me, just some clarifications. The index cards are to be used to write this assignment. And you're looking at 2 greatest lessons that you've obtained from the conference proceedings that you didn't know before. So you discuss as a team and jot them down, 2. So you identify a scribe to write for you. And then 3 takeaways from the conference proceedings, which means those are what you have said that you're going to implement or try out. Like the lessons you've picked and you're going with. The best practices for, in other words. Or what is it that you want to go and try? Sawa sawa. And all that jot on the index cards. Then I will collect the index cards. So for your own good, you can take photos of the index card after the exercise. You need to write your identification. If it's Muranga, no. If it's Uganda, if it's Tanzania, for you, you'll write all of you. No, nilikuwa nimewawekea. Meru, all who are, so you write Muranga stroke, Meru stroke. Okay. Yeah. Now Zambia is doing together with the, Okay, I like that. Ensure to label your card. Ethiopia. Ensure to label your card. Tanzania. Yeah. Malawi, sorry. You've confused me with this chart. I'm gone. George. George. Where are my colleagues? Na Teresia wameenda wapi? You have 7 minutes. George.
You must give in the next 7 minutes. Father must start.
So we tell them 7 minutes.
I've already said, but now for discussion.
Unafaa ukue kama kitu umetime unawaambia 6 minutes
5 minutes waeke tu pressure. Ukuje kuwapunguzia.
You have 6 minutes. Do you know what other option I have? Ikifika time hata kama wajamaliza nitawawachia long as wasiende kabla wajanipea. Wasiende kabla wajanipea. And then I will assign kwa kila table mwenye ensure ameniletea.
Yes. Yes.
Before we leave here.
Is there any delegate we can pick to say a word?
Yes, from Inje. Especially you bishop wa
Bishop.
So, tafuta unaona wamechangamka. One of the coordinators especially that priests wamekuwa wakiongea wakimoderate.
Pick a sister. Okay.
You just want one?
Just yes, because we want a delegate. We want somebody from CRS. We want somebody from KCCB. That.
Just pick a sister.
Okay. I'm wondering where Pauline is because I've seen her. She needs to come and make logistical announcements if there is any.
We have 3 minutes. Actually, mwacha moja. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this, please, so that I don't Please give me your attention. So that I don't eat into Father Chimombo's time, let me leave you with the forms, but at lunchtime, the following people should ensure that I have the forms. Let's listen. Listen, please. So for Uganda, Father Fred, you'll ensure I have the forms before 2 p.m. For government, Jadwong Konyango. For Zambia, Father Cornelius. Malawi, Brother Pascal. South Sudan, Sister Victoria. Ethiopia, Merhawit. Kenya, that's Mombasa, Madam Masibo. Kisumu, Father David. For Meru, Muranga, Malindi, and Embu, Jen. So those are the people I will follow. For Quaker, we'll have Sister Delvin. So let me take it to Father Chimombo. But before that, okay, let's listen. Hello? Hello? Sisi niwapatia. Nimewapea index cards. Hello? Hello? Let's have your attention here. Let's have your attention for 1 minute. Just for 1 minute. I know we have this form with us in our phones. Are we together? I know we have this form with us in our phones, and this gives us feedback to improve. So I'll just take you through the first page, but the next page is very simple. So the first one, what organization do you represent? Put in your conference. If it's Uganda, if it's Mombasa, Archdiocese, just the way we have been working in our groups. Mnanisikia? Kisumu? Kisumu, are you here with me? So the first question, you put your group as you're seated. So for Kisumu Archdiocese, as you feel individually, you indicate Archdiocese of Kisumu. For Uganda, for Zambia, like that. For LSK, like that. For Quaker, like that. The next question, you will say, it's the Regional Learning Forum. It's a regional learning forum. And then the level is regional. You'll just click on regional. It's not global, it's a regional event. And then you submit. The other questions are straightforward. The next page is very straightforward. So I want to call in George to take up the mic to usher in Father Chimombo. It's every person you will receive in your phone. It's filled individual. You don't have? So you'll get another one. Remember, there are 2. So I want to ask George to send you this one. Or I can send you. The need is there. I can give you this. You can scan. Where is that slide? Where is that slide? Hapa, enda hapa. Haiwapeleke juu. Nataka ya kuscan. You can scan. If you scan there, you can just get the form. I don't know. It's not possible. It's too far. Is it working or it's too far? So let me send. Okay, so you can check up. It's picking. Good.
Nice.
So once you have, share with your colleague, share with your colleague.
So what I'm saying is just go to your Google or the plot. Mostly Google will take you there to your Chrome. If you don't have the link, go to your Google Chrome, to your Google, and then there's a small camera there. You click on it. It will help you to scan the code, and then you will get the link. We'll be walking around to assist you.
Southern Africa. East and Southern Africa. Yeah, I called George. So they'd already handed over to him. George.
May I have your attention? Kindly, may I have your attention? If you haven't managed to scan, those who are with, I've sent it to our pastoral group. Father John, you can access the link in our pastoral. I've put it in the pastoral forum. Yes, in the and safeguarding also. I've put both. There are two different forms.
Amecea passed.
Yes, this one.
This one I already.
You feel that's okay. Then I've sent another one. You must be offline. I've sent another one right now.
Right now?
Yes.
Maybe it will come.
Allow me to get your attention, kindly. Kindly allow me to get your attention. Team Mombasa, can I get your attention? You know, Team Mombasa, we are looking at you. You know, I'm the bad teacher who wants you to listen with your eyes, with your ears. Anyway, that's okay. We want to wrap up. We want to wrap up the conference. And I must thank each and every one of you most sincerely for your very active participation. When we put this conference together, we did not know what shape or what nature it would take. And looking back at the 3 days we've been together, I must say I am very humbled. because of your presence, because of your participation, and the sharing that has happened in this room and beyond. We want to have some very quick comments from a number of us, and I want to ask, among the delegates, is there anyone who would want to share any word of appreciation, any word, anything, anybody who feels as a delegate you'd want to mention something very brief to these dear members of the conference? Anyone? Going one? Yes, Father, Reverend Father August.
Okay, thank you. Mine is actually to thank the organizers. I have to say I was very happy, and most of our team members, how the conference was organized, the programming, and really how you have cared for us. And the whole content which we have received since the day we came here, and also the presence of our bishops from the first day to the last day. So I also applaud our government officials for being with us. We are also very happy. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Father. I must say that within the process of documentation, Father was among the people we were interviewing and interacting with. And Father, I must thank you for your inspiration. You can bear me witness that his sharing on his experiences around disability inclusion was very inspiring. Father, allow me to thank you most sincerely because of your commitment to your pastoral work, and that goes to many of us I may not mention individually. Allow me to ask Edith to make a comment on behalf of the Catholic Relief Services and Changing the Way We Care team. This forum has been made possible because of the generous support, financial support from CRS, and not just financial support, even technical support. They have really worked with us throughout the journey implementing the project for one, but in a very special way, as Amecea, throughout the planning of this conference. They have worked with us every step of this journey, and we are very grateful. Edith?
Thank you. Thank you so much, George. Thank you all. For me, I'm so humbled that we've come to this end of the conference. And I must say that I'm grateful to God because He has seen us through. It has not been easy planning for this conference, but through His grace, we've been able to reach here. I must appreciate our leaders, the archbishops, the bishops, who have given us opportunity to come and learn together. So please pass my regards to all of them. I must appreciate Amecea. Amecea has really worked, and I'm happy that together we've pulled through. Father Chimombo, thank you so much for your leadership, and the Secretary General. George, thank you so much. You've actually been at the eye of the storm. Thank you. KCCB, we can't appreciate you more. Thank you so much, Elizabeth and Father Jacob, for the work and even the support and the dedication. The archdioceses, thank you so much for the work, and actually we are here because of you. If you didn't cook what we've come to learn, we wouldn't have anything to serve. All the other conferences that have come, we really appreciate. And we appreciate the learning that we've generated together. We appreciate the commitment. I know some of us have come from very far, 2 days journey, so we don't take it for granted. We really appreciate, and we hope that you'll take our greetings. CRS leadership is aware that we are all here. We have their blessings. And one of the actions that I have is to go back and give them feedback. Up to our global team, they have been watching virtually, and they have been giving us feedback. So I also appreciate them because of the support they have given us, and they are waiting to hear what is the outcome. I must appreciate the media for your support and helping us through. The rapporteurs, we can't forget you. Thank you for capturing the moments, and all the support team. We really appreciate. The caregivers, thank you so much for your voices. And I'm happy from the sentiments that came from you. Actually, those are very powerful words, and we are hoping that people have picked them and they'll be able to help. Lastly, I want to appreciate the CRS team. I don't know if they're in the house. I think they could be out. But I must appreciate the CRS team, Clara, Teresia, Kabugi, Hadija in absentia, Timon, our director in absentia, for the good work and the dedication to this process. So I want to say that thank you so much. There's so much that we have learned, and I know one of the things we are going to do is a post-action review together with Amecea and KCCB, just to see what is it that we are picking out of the conference and what is possible within our limits, and what is it that we can push through other partners. So with all that, I wish you God's mercies even as you travel back, and please pass our regards. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Edith, for those comments. Allow me to, at this point, appreciate the government representatives. You all bear me witness that many of the questions that have been asked and responded to here, without the presence of the government, we would have given answers that are maybe correct because we have some legal standings, but not as authoritatively as Harry would do, not as authoritatively as my senior Konyango would do. And you can bear me witness that their presence have given this conference a very important dynamic that would not have been. Allow me in a very special way to thank the representatives from the government, but also to mention that we are happy with the partnership, we are happy with the support that you've given to us as organizations and as a church, and we want to continue with that spirit of partnership. Allow me to welcome Harry to make some very quick comments on behalf of the government representatives present.
I want to say a very, very big thank you. Even in the government circles, we say this: no agent of the government can be able to do and be successful without working with other agents. The same thing we cannot be able to do very well and successful in care reform without our partners, without the church. And so you all know the church is the conscience of the society. We reason to the church, and I have been to many conferences with the Catholics, so I know so much about your commitment, and sometimes I'm afraid to give report back to my boss, because he might ask me, you're always giving good report about the Catholic, what they are doing. You know, how comes it's always a good report? Now, anyway, I might have some favor I'm falling in love. But anyway, I'm so grateful because what you're doing is just implementing big part of what the government is doing. My last recommendation is this: in every conference like this, let us not just add as a conference without telling government something. This is what the government we would need you to do. This is where we think there is some areas you can help the church. Just like I said, let it be a conference that ends with not a memorandum or something, but is it a recommendation or something, Father? And or like a resolution made by the conference. We call it conference in a Syrian conference. Out of this, there was this request by this conference that the government look on these areas A, B, C, and D. So at least next time we meet, you come and ask us, we meet this request to the CS, what is there? So that at least you don't feel the government is doing nothing. We cannot do nothing. We are like the court. Court has to be moved, all right? The government has to be moved by request of its own citizens. So thank you so much. We expect again and again, whatever comes to us, because when I go back to the CUC, anything that was mentioned that NCCS should know and act? I'll have to answer that question. Is there anything that the government is expected to do out of that meeting? No, so give us that, what you are going to say. This is what the church is requesting. Thank you so much. And God bless you. God bless you so much for the children.
Thank you. Thank you. May you continue to be a good advocate of the Catholic Church and the work they are doing. Yes, so long as they redeploy you to the Catholic Church, it's okay. You are welcome. Yes. Thank you so much. Once again, we are honored to have had their presence. I can see a hand that is lifted very high. Okay. I'm
sorry for interrupting the protocol. George, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Allow me just to appreciate you on the behalf of Sudan and South Sudan Bishop Conference. We are here about 4, 5. I want to confirm to you that we are not here in vain. We have gained a lot. And actually, I would like to appreciate the way you collaborate, KCC, CRS, and Amecea. This is something what we've learned and we can take back with us home. So we are very, very, very grateful, in a special way to Father Emmanuel Chumombo for leading us and for bringing us together to share with you, brothers. And Ethiopia, thank you very much. Hoping that another conference and this way can be organized to follow up what we have discussed during these 3 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Father. Thank you. I hope after this, Father Chimomba will not accuse me of favoring some nice conferences who are my dear friends. But really, Sudan and South Sudan remains very dear to me in many ways. And thank you, Father, for echoing those sentiments. Allow me to ask Sister Delvin to just say a very brief word of appreciation on behalf of AOSK. I think it is very, very important, very briefly. Sister? There was a second microphone somewhere. Can we make use of it?
My Lord Bishops present, our SGs from different conferences, and the rest of the participants, good afternoon. I'm humbled to be called to give this, but on behalf of the Secretary General of the Association of Sisters of Kenya, Sister Pasilisa Namikoe, who is in absentia, greetings, and they are happy for us to be part of this conversation. And we promise, and you've seen and you see the work that sisters are doing, and we are not doing for anybody else. We are just sharing the mission of Christ in the church, for the church, by the church. And therefore, what we do, we promise you that as part of the church, we want to collaborate and to work closely so that we see that our children are growing up in families, and families are strengthened to be able to take care of their own children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister Delvin. At Amecea, we always say that sisters have preceded us in this work. And I must admit that we have learned a lot from the work that sisters have done. And you can attest to the fact that within our conferences, within our diocese, within our communities, sisters have a very special touch with our communities at the lowest level possible. And it cannot go unnoticed, the good work you do with our communities very directly, in a way that many of our structures are not able to reach. And we honestly want to thank you because of your contribution, particularly on the space of childcare. We appreciate that. Sister Clara, would you mention something briefly from Akweka? Akweka is a sister to Amecea, and we are delighted, sister, that you've been with us throughout. Thank you so much for sticking to the end.
Thank you very much, my Lord Bishops, and all the delegates who are here. On behalf of Akweka, may I take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event for actually extending that invitation to Akweka. And we have come here with an open mind, like I said on the first day, to learn, to network, to listen. And it's very pleasant to say it is good for all of us to be here. And I feel very honored and privileged to be here. I've listened to what other countries are doing, dioceses are doing, and the most important thing is that we are doing this together as the church, led by our bishops and all the structures in the church. And Amecea, thank you very much for thinking of us. And I'm also delighted to know that you are acknowledging that sisters are doing a lot. That acknowledgement on its own is really important to us. We know we are not doing something that is outside. And we are championing, also we are champions in our own way, and this thing has been going on, maybe without the right terminology. But I think a lot has been done, and a lot of work has gone on. And as I said also at the beginning, I hope we'll be able, as a Quaker, to roll this idea, this agenda, in all the countries of the region of our Quaker, because there is no place without a child. These care reforms are important everywhere. And on behalf of Sister Brigitta, the Secretary General of our Quaker, I take this opportunity to sincerely thank you. And thank you very much for being with us. We have learned a lot. We are going to give our feedback, and I hope this collaboration continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sister. Yes, I want to hope and pray that this collaboration continues for the betterment of the kingdom of God. We have a very dear delegate among us who has a very deep passion for child safeguarding and protection, and it is my honor to invite Madam Augusta to say a word on behalf of the Pontifical Commission for the Protection of Minors. You want to, those of us who have interacted with her, you will agree with me that it is not in vain that she's the regional expert for Africa on child protection matters. Madam Augusta, we may not tell you this. Your passion and commitment is a big inspiration for many of us.
Thank you, George. Your Lordships, Reverend Fathers, Reverend Sisters, and all of us, good afternoon. I am a very, very happy person today. Thank you to Amecea and KCCB. This is a real example of one church approach to doing what we have always done since the first day the church came into this world. Safeguarding and caring. That's all what the church does. Do you agree with me? So I'm very happy that we are building on that, what we believe in, what we have been doing, and now we are doing it in a better way. So on behalf of the Secretary to the Commission, we are going to continue working with you at all levels to ensure that we do this well, we continue safeguarding and putting a smile on children, because that is our future. Our yesterday, our today, and our tomorrow. And I'm also very excited, Father Shimombo and George, because we have brought in the agenda of children with special needs and disability in this arena of safeguarding. They are key. And when I look at our church across Africa, all those institutions, most of them are in the hands of the Catholic Church, in the hands of sisters. So we have a great, great opportunity to evangelize through the care reforms and safeguarding. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and we assure you of our support. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Madam Augusta. We want to wish you the very best as you continue to support the work that we are doing at different levels within the church. It is now my humble duty to ask KCCB to make a comment. We have walked this journey not together with KCCB, but behind KCCB. I think that this agenda, this conference would not have been were it not for the work that KCCB has done. For our task as Amecea was very simple, to be in their shadows and observe what they are doing and how they are doing it. And I hope that the products, the learning products that we have shared in this forum is a true reflection of the work that Father Jacob and your entire team you've been able to achieve in the two archdioceses. Allow me to ask Reverend Father Cosmas to make a quick comment on behalf of KCCB. Na asitume salamu.
Your Lordships, my brother priests, religious men and women, and the entire people of God who care much. Good afternoon. As per the instructions that I should not send greetings, there's a reason as to why I will not. There's a warning that this context is about caring. And I want to start by saying that it is an opportunity for all of us to learn. Three things to note. One, we have come here to evangelize. Number two, we came here to be exposed to knowledge about caring and changing the way we care. Thirdly, it is an opportunity to interact with different conferences in terms of regional and also in terms of how far we've done and how far we've gone with this caring and the way we do our caring. On behalf of the KCCB team, and as you've heard and as it was said by the bishops who came, the Archbishop and the bishop who was with us up to yesterday, it was about feel at home. I want to echo the same words, that we feel at home. It was an invitation through the Amecea, the CRS, and another partner who was very key to this. But we want to say the environment was so friendly, it was so nice, and we want to appreciate each and every member who has come to participate in this regional training, that all of us are one. I want to say something that is very key on what I got as an individual, as a priest, that these care reforms have been there for the last 40 years or so. It is only that we were not updated. And we thank the team that has put this thing in place, that we come and get updated. It is true we have the knowledge. Don't we have? We do. We had such a kind of people in our villages and all that. But we needed it to be upgraded to this level. And we want to say it is not enough to the organizers. It's not enough. Kindly work on how you can call us again. It may not be necessarily the regional setup or level, but you could even devolve it down to the conferences so that we reach so many people who are the so-called pastoral engines, so that now we start working. The kind of testimonies and the experiences we've had, they are enough to tell you that we yearn for more. Kindly. And I would also ask that you choose Kenya. Oh, sure. We have settled in terms of greeting people, but we are greeting them mentally. So we want to welcome you and welcome you more and more. And I want to say, although I may not be having an authority to say so, I want to say you have every reason to stay in Kenya for more than, maybe more than what was indicated in our timetable, if your pocket allows that. Finally, I want to say a big thank you to the CRS for making it possible for us to come here, and the Amecea, a very special way because of what you are doing to the younger people, and especially what I'm dealing. For your information, I'm dealing with the younger people, the most sensitive group in the church and in the whole society. And therefore, let us listen. Now, this one I'm addressing an international group. Listen to the younger people. However much you feel you are more knowledgeable than them and how old you are, kindly. I know they have a lot of nonsense to tell you and to tell me, but take time to listen to what they are telling you. They have a lot of nonsense. Extract sense from the nonsense. We are leaders, we are pastor agents, we are parents, we are everybody to them. Let us listen to them. Let us not chase them away. They have a lot. Actually, they could be more in need of the care reforms than any other person, because they can even interfere with our trainings. They can interfere with any other kind of forum we are pushing to train another setting, you know. Let us listen to them. Let us provide that hearing to them so that they can tell us, and then we advise them accordingly. May God bless you and wish you safe journeys and travels to wherever you will be. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Reverend Father Cosmas, for those many and beautiful comments. Finally, I want to ask Father Chimombo to come over. But before I invite him, allow me in a special way to acknowledge two categories of people who have shared with us and may not have given us speech as we conclude. Our dear caregivers, you remember the panel that we had? We had a beautiful, beautiful panel of caregivers who took their time to share with us very practical, very personal experience of what it means to have gone through a CCI, have been reunited with their families and all that. And I think for me, that sharing was a defining moment for this conference. Like I said yesterday, no single PowerPoint can speak the kind of volumes that that group and the group of parents to the children with disabilities, their sharing cannot be equated to the number of PowerPoints that we have shared in this forum. And I want to most sincerely thank the caregivers. And of course, Mama Daniela, Mama Kevin, we honestly appreciate that you put a very important dynamic to our conference. You helped us to move away from the PowerPoint, from the paperwork. You helped us to move away from our boardrooms. You helped us to move away from our pulpits. You helped us to get in touch with the realities of everyday living for a child and for a social worker out there. Honestly, I wish to thank you most sincerely for accepting to come and share with us. Father Chimombo, kindly come and help us to conclude this conference.
There is nothing more satisfying when you organize a conference and then it comes to fruition as this one. Now, we have had very special delegates, and we do appreciate each one of you. But amongst us, we have two outstanding delegates, my Lord Bishops. And I thought it is important that before I express anything, I allow each one of them just to give us a feel of what they have seen, because they will be our spokespersons when they go to the conferences. So may I call upon first Bishop Edwin just to say a greeting and wish us well.
Good afternoon. Just in few words. First of all, may I take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this conference. By organizers, I mean both the implementers and the funders, the sponsors of this initiative. The implementers KCCB, Amecea, Archdiocese of Mombasa, Diocese of Kisumu, and then the funders, the CRIS. This conference is the second that I am attending here in Kenya, in Nairobi. The first one I think I attended, was it last year at Boma Hotel, last year, yeah, on care reform. I must say, I think more sincerely, that this is a brilliant initiative, the best way to move together as we embark on a life-changing project such as this one, care reforms. My take-home note as a promoter of family life, I'll put a lot of emphasis on family strengthening. I know even my sister there, as she was speaking, she touched this same point. I want to put emphasis on family strengthening. Just one point that we take home with us. Let me put emphasis on the words I said in my homily this morning, and I quote, "Our calling is to provide the children not only with safety, but with the nurturing environment of a family. True care is rooted in love, belonging, and connection." Dear participants, while we drive the agenda of care reform, let us not forget to promote welfare of families. We need healthy families, spiritually, economically, and psychologically. I encourage you, my dear participants, to continue working collaboratively, learning from one another, and sharing our best practices. For those who shared in this conference, thank you so much for your sharing. You have enriched our knowledge. Special thanks to Kisumu Diocese and the Archdiocese of Mombasa. Thank you for sharing your experiences. To all of us, the participants, the government officials, your participation have been enriching to all of us. Keep the fire burning. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Lordship, for those words of encouragement. It is really important to hear those words from the horse's mouth, and we feel encouraged. May I call upon Bishop Severin Matthew to also give us a word of encouragement.
Dear brothers and sisters, good afternoon. Well, for the last 27 years I have been a bishop. I have been to several conferences, national, international, but I can say, this has been the best enriching to me. It is only last June, my fellow bishops in Tanzania told me, now you had the Child Protection Commission. And then I said, now, okay, what do I do? Where do I start? Now, as I was pondering into how I will start, with this mission, then I got an invitation to come to this conference. And I said, thank God. And I can say now the conference has, opened up the horizon, for me, that are now where to start. The care reform, I can say this is my first time to hear about this. I remember, I think some people from my conference came here, and I think maybe they participated in the one you mentioned here, Bishop. I didn't come. I only told them, okay, you go and come to tell me what you have learned. But unfortunately, they didn't tell me what they learned from here. And now I'm happy that I've been here. I have listened to, the expert people here, presenting things. Even the young people here who have been to these CCIs, witnessing and then, sharing here. I'm really encouraged. Now I'm looking into how to face my government also, to get it involved. Because I was telling Augusta, for us in Tanzania, every year the president is, sending gifts and a lot of things, to the CCIs. That is to say, continue, please, keeping our children and so forth. And now there is another way, changing the way we care. So this is my message now to my bishops in Tanzania. I think they will be surprised. Of course, I made some snaps here and sent, and they were always asking, "Ooh, come with the notes," And so I want to thank you for the organization. I was very happy to see how, the government of Kenya is collaborating, with the church here, the regional body here. Thank you very much. I've listened to you, my brother, Big Elephant, and Mr. Onyango somewhere, very expert. So I say, thank you for everything, and God bless you. Let us help each other, really to see this is very important. Yeah? Because I have always said, it all starts with the family. Everything starts with the family. Even, when you talk of, the so-called street children, where do they come from? From the families. And therefore, I was encouraged very much to say now the family-based care is key. And I have learned that child protection, for which I'm responsible, is not only limited to child abuse, sexual abuse and so forth. I know that was the push, to start this, but then it is broader than that. So, thank you for inviting me here, and I'm sure back home they will have it rough. I wish you all the best and God blessings.
Thank you very much, my Lord Bishops, for those sentiments. In fact, after they have spoken, I wanted to conclude and say thank you, and then we leave. But I thought I needed also to give a vote of thanks in a special way as Amecea. In fact, it will be mostly a repetition of what others have said, but get it now from the organizers as Amecea. I want to really appreciate my Lord Bishops, the Reverend Fathers all present here, the religious brothers and sisters, distinguished government officials, honorable delegates, the caregivers who really gave good testimonies, organizers of this session, the Amecea, KCCB, CRS, but also the media fraternity, and not forgetting Pontifical Commission for Protection of Minors, who have always supported us. Since Augusta took office, she has been very close to the church and very close to the bodies that work with the church. And would also want to appreciate the hotel staff. Definitely, they have done wonderful work. It is my joy that I stand before you to extend my heartfelt appreciation for your presence, and more especially the contributions to this important gathering. Your participation has definitely enriched the event and made it a success. And more especially when we came to reflecting the points that were given here after the research, it has shown a lot of unity, collaboration that really went into the whole work. And I want all of you to feel appreciated. In a special way, allow me to appreciate our two bishops who spoke recently. Bishop Edwin Mlandu. I know he has a very, very big task. And when I requested him to come specifically for this, he told me, Father Emmanuel, I have something going on Saturday. Tell me about the date we are finishing. So we had to lobby. You know, when with bishops, you don't just write a letter. You first of all lobby and request and ensure that you accommodate their program into what we are doing. And in case anything pressing comes in the midst of our programs, we are even ready to change so that they attend to the bigger group. So their presence, even just for a day, means a lot. And we want to appreciate your Lordship for that. And coming to Bishop Severin, it was also another milestone. We lobbied through different doors. We had to go through the conference. Unfortunately, they had a meeting at the secretariat. In fact, before coming here, he had almost a week at the secretariat. And we said, before he goes back, is it possible for him to proceed? So you can see he has missed his diocese for almost 2 weeks. Special passion for the church. And we don't want to take that for granted. He has also another big task on Saturday. So it means when he leaves tomorrow, he has to arrive and prepare for that task. So we really thank you very much. And the other bishops in absentia, Bishop Mongela and Archbishop Muheria, you remember all the sentiments and words they gave us. Really, they shaped whatever we have been sharing, considering dignity of the child to be at the center of every discussion. We thank you, our Lord Bishops, those present and in absentia, for the wisdom, accompaniment, and prayers, and keep on praying for the success of this mission. To the priests, religious, brothers and sisters, your commitment to pastoral care and your ongoing dedication to the people of God inspires us. You continue to be examples of faith and service, embodying the message of Christ in all that you do. And above all, I was touched by what Father Cosmas mentioned here, that when we do everything else, let's not forget to listen to young people. In fact, I quoted that, and I have had the young people at heart. In fact, as Amecea, we are coming up with a chaplaincy document that will be a source of accompaniment for young people. Because at the Catholic Church, we have done very little to accompany the youth, especially when they are finishing or when they have just been confirmed, between confirmation and time for marriage. That period, there is always a gap. And we are coming up with a document, which is now at the printing press, which will be used to accompany the youth for that particular aspect. And thanks, Father Cosmas, that you remind us to take the youth as part and parcel of us. To the government officials and delegates, we are grateful to your support and cooperation. Your partnership ensures that the church's mission to care for all, especially the most vulnerable, is carried out in a spirit of mutual respect and shared responsibility. Your presence here demonstrates the value of working together for the common good. And as I was moving around, getting lessons from many, one thing that people have adopted is that collaboration between the church and government. You are going to teach most of these countries that have come here. And I'm happy to hear that Bishop Severin is going to take it up immediately. And I think those are the sentiments of other conferences. So thank you very much. Your presence makes it easy for us to reach out to you. And you even guide us on what we are to do to reach your steps. So thank you very much for being present. One thing that you did mention, and I thought it is worth mentioning here, we need to keep in mind the importance of collaboration, networking, and seeking support from government. And I thought it is important capitalizing on that. And I encourage each one of us to stay aligned with your country's legal framework concerning children, child care institution, and child welfare. Engage in conversation with them to help them grasp the church's structures and legal framework, but as well as our social teachings. It is important that we come together so that the government gives the legal framework that is there in your country, but let them also understand our structures and how we operate as a church, because it is only through this synergy that we can build something that is quite commendable. And you did mention, and I want to capitalize on that, the focus is not on closing the CCIs, but rather on transitioning them. They have also assured us that consultations will be given space. So let's take advantage of that. Those of you who are here in Kenya, and when you go to respective countries, please use these forums for consultations. To the organizers from Amecea, KCCB, CRS, we express this sincere thanks to your tireless efforts in making this event a success. Your work behind the scenes, planning and coordination, they have really been visibly noticed. You have allowed us to focus on the discussions, knowing that everything was taken care of with professionalism and dedication. A big thank you in a special way to all of you, and more especially the Metropolitan Archdiocese of Mombasa and Kisumu. They have done a tremendous work to bring us this far. So may I request that as you go, please, Father Amogast, and those of Kisumu, please extend our heartfelt thanks to the archbishops from both archdioceses. And a word of thanks to the facilitators, moderators, admin secretaries, and participants at this gathering. Feel appreciated and receive special blessings for being part of this event. We would like to encourage you to network with other players in care reform, take on board safeguarding component, and above all, aim to strengthen and empower the family as it has been echoed. Don't forget to take on board small Christian communities, because that's the smallest church that we have. And you remember to reintegrate the children to the families, but also as you repurpose them, please make use of the small Christian communities, which are a tool in the Catholic Church. To the media plays a vital role in bringing the gap between the work of the church, its partners, as well as the wider community. As the media, you are not just observers, but partners in this mission. You help shape the narrative, fostering dialogue, understanding, and change in society. In fact, the media can make things happen. They can also do things the opposite way. So we bank on you that for this, please be on the positive side. Whether you will use print, radio, television, or online platforms, you help us tell the story of this event and ensure that it lives on beyond this gathering. To the hotel staff, as I did mention, we deeply appreciate their hospitality and service. They have ensured that our stay here has been comfortable and pleasant, allowing us to concentrate on the important matters at hand, and above all, making provisions for Mass with the choir taking the lead. It's the first place I have found a hotel that has a choir that can lead. So, please, if you have your workshops as a church, come. You have a conducive environment. Let me be an advocate for them. Please, thank you. And a quick reminder, just to all of us, on Saturday, October 5th, 2024, Amecea will join KCCB. You see how Amecea and KCCB are working together. They are keeping us so well in the country. So we collaborate also. We'll be celebrating 50 years of small Christian communities in the region, and along with the National Prayer Day at Subukia Shrines in Nakuru Diocese. The event is being led by the Metropolitan Archdiocese of Mombasa. So we encourage all of you to attend in large numbers to show your support and enthusiasm. The Small Christian Communities Facilitators Handbook will also be available for purchase at a very special discounted price. We produced the Facilitators Handbook as Amecea to guide how the small Christian communities ought to be conducted. And we translated it into several languages, even the languages that I can't speak myself, but we translated. So we have English, we have it in Swahili. So buy it so that you can check my Swahili, if the Swahili translation is good. Then we have it in Amharic for Ethiopia. We have it in Chichewa and Tumbuka for Malawi and Zambia. So it's a very wonderful book. Have a look at it. It has all the guidelines for the small Christian communities. In closing, I would like to thank each and every one of you for your valuable contributions. It is essential that each one of us takes responsibility to ensure that the recommendations from this gathering are conveyed to the relevant authorities and shared with the broader community we serve and collaborate with. The bishops here present have shown us the way. They are going to communicate to their conferences. Can we also do the same? Any group that you are representing, make sure you communicate good news about this, and more especially about networking, because we want people to collaborate and don't work in silos. So let the connections we have fostered here continue to grow, and may our work bear lasting fruit for the communities that we serve. May God bless you all, and have safe travels as you return to your respective places. Thank you. So we conclude. I may ask one of the bishops to give us a final blessing. And, or maybe before the final blessing, there will be some announcements about how we are closing up and then leaving departures. Thank you.
Allow me to make some very quick announcements. One, we had promised that we'll get you all the materials that we have used conference on soft. A number of us have received a flash disk that has all the videos, a set of 6 videos, 4 brochures, 18 posters, the 2 magazines that we have shared here. There's a flash disk that a number of us have. If you haven't, you don't get it, you will ask Pauline about it. She will ensure that everybody has a flash disk containing all the materials that we have used in this conference, including the presentations that have been done. Then, if you haven't taken a meal card, kindly take a meal card from Regina. Regina is seated at the back over there. She could raise her hand. You get a meal card so that you are able to enjoy your lunch. In terms of logistics for our travel and any other issues, kindly see Pauline. And I know Teresia is also helping us. Teresia, you could lift up your hand. She's also helping us with the logistics, particularly for travel. Yes, and any other. Those two ladies will help us with any logistical questions that you may have. And I think those are the announcements I had. May I invite the Lord Bishop to bless us.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you, dear God, for everything that we have received from this place, for all our deliberations, the input, and our good stay. We now ask for your blessings, that we may cultivate that passion to implement all that must be implemented coming out of this meeting. We pray also for traveling mercies for those who are traveling today and tomorrow, to travel safely and reach home safely and continue serving you and your people. In a special way, your children that you have entrusted to our care. Through Christ our Lord. The Lord be with you. May the Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Go forth. The conference is ended.
The CRS began rolling out this pilot program, so to speak, between two archdioceses, the Archdiocese of Kisumu and the Archdiocese of Mombasa. Myself, in our own Archdiocese, we have quite a number of what formerly and even currently used to be called orphanages. And I want to appreciate first and foremost the great work that's being done by these centers, because some of them have turned out to be actually the homes and families for many of these children, and some have come out of these centers and have lived very successful lives thereafter. However, now, our program of care reforms, changing the way we care, is encouraging us to move away slowly by slowly from this way of looking after the children and perhaps focus on a more fruitful, meaningful way of looking after the children that is more human, that is more family-oriented. It is good for children to grow up in their families. But many of the children we find in these centers have been separated from their families. How can we prevent any further separation of children from their families? What can we do ourselves in society to limit and avoid incidents of children being separated from their families? So yes, there is the prevention of separation of children from families, but even more positively, how can we strengthen our families so that they can play this role of providing this optimum environment for our children to grow in? In case we find that we are not able to find families, how can we trace children that have been separated from their families, and how can we reintegrate these children back to their family. We have unfortunately noticed that today in society, the traditional concept of understanding family is not as strong as it used to be. And this should be a concern to the church. So, together with what we are doing, we need to go back ourselves, even to our catechism, or to go back to the ongoing formation of our Christian faithful, ongoing formation of agents of evangelization across the Catholic Church, in our diocese, in our parishes again, for us to emphasize the importance of family, the understanding of family in the traditional sense, which in itself also helps us and moves us to emphasize and to catechize our people about the importance of the traditional understanding of marriage. And we cannot talk about family unless we talk about marriage. It's good for us to understand as Catholics, what do we mean by family? When we talk as Catholics about marriage, what do we mean by marriage? The Catholic teaching about marriage, which eventually leads us to the understanding of family. For us to be more thoroughgoing in reintegrating children in families as the perfect environment for them to grow, we must also ask ourselves what kind of family we are proposing as the solution to the best care for our children. It cannot just be any family from anywhere. It must be a family that responds to God's desire, to God's will for the human person. So I think this point looks small, looks like it is added to what we are talking about, but I think we cannot comprehensively talk about reinserting or reintegrating children in family without ourselves interrogating what kind of family we are talking about as Christians. But we also have challenges. We also have challenges which we have to accept and find that there are children who may not find the opportunity to be reintegrated in families. That's why we encourage alternative ways of looking after children in a family environment. For example, the adoption of children. The adoption of children or placing children in foster care. So children, for all practical purposes, have a person they can refer to as father, a person they can refer to as mother. We've had our own few challenges in moving forward this particular program. Some of our partners who have been looking and funding, giving us funding for our orphanages or care centers don't seem to embrace what we are proposing completely. Some of them, of course, even are thinking of pulling out in our collaboration with them. These are challenges we need to face up to. This is the reality. Not everybody is going to buy what we are proposing as the perfect solution to the care of children. But I think this is a price we have to pay because what we are proposing is the best solution. I believe it is the best solution, and it's something we have even to lose certain friends for the purpose of promoting this good thing. But I think we need to do what we can, we ourselves as church, and the rest we leave to God, and I'm sure He'll provide for our good cause.